the ad should be done.
Yeah.
All right. Second mute ad bot. Okay, yes, ad is finished. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Simple Walk. Today, as you can probably see in the title, is going to be an interesting session. Today, we are going to, hopefully, but not in a rushed fashion, make our way through the last penultimate steps towards the expected attack from the troglodytes that is slowly but surely bearing down on the party. Some of the 2 to 3 of them, or 4 of them, specifically 4 of them, had ventured out in search of supplies, successfully did so, but not without a black eye or two. The 4 of them are slowly but surely returning, as the other 3 focus on getting the village ready for the inevitable attack. And it is with that I am going to pick things up. That might be a little bit jarring to some of the players. But you know, wouldn't be one of my sessions without it. So, the expeditionary group. The 4 of you are trundling back along. One of you considerably more bound up than usual.
Yeah.
The 3 of you, how do you do this?
Like
When on your trip back, one of you has to be driving the cart. You guys are at some points you can take turns driving the cart, sleeping. You want to keep 24 hours watch and keep going. The horses have to rest. They're big, strong, but the bigger a horse is, funnily enough, the less stamina it tends to have. And the horses, like, you guys can cycle out, but you don't have horses to cycle out. So you have to make camp at some points to allow the horses to eat, water, and rest. And you have a prisoner / turncoat amongst the 4 of you. You are, who's made it very clear that she's trying to end your lives.
Yes.
So how do you go about it?
We mentioned Holo Holo using limp lash is essentially just a way to keep her, still, technically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
At the cost of me having to stay there holding it for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess Holo Holo will be doing that.
Okay. Downside. You are going to have to sleep at some point. You're an elf, so you have to, rather than sleeping, you go into a meditative trance. But that is still going to be at least, I believe, 4 hours where your limp lash is no longer going to keep going.
What if this is gonna sound stupid?
He can hand it off to somebody?
No, that won't work.
No, the moment it leaves its hand, it dissolves.
What, couldn't I
Yeah.
theoretically just wrap it around my hand? It would be.
No, if
Nope.
you go into your meditative trance, your spells go
What
out.
if we basically tie up your hand into a fist position?
That won't work. It's not that he falls asleep and his hand lets go of the lash. It's the act of going to sleep and also then preparing his spells. He has to then dedicate his concentration. It's not just about the concentration either. The act of going to sleep cancels any spells you have in extension.
Do we
Unless
have any
it's permanent.
extra rope with us?
I think,
We're-
Siren's already tied up to my
Siren's already been
understanding.
tied up.
Regardless, yeah, I was like, regardless, the limp lash is more like a fail safe,
Mhm.
or at least the rope that's actually binding
for
her.
the
is
most
a
time, anytime you are, in quotation marks, awake, that will act as a paralytic for her.
Yeah, but I believe she can still speak if she wants to fucking call me a bastard or something.
I mean,
Yeah.
if she's paralyzed, I don't believe paralyzed individuals can speak.
No, but it just specifies.
They
it.
can.
Oh yeah, for limb lash.
Well, normally they can't, but with limb lash specifically,
It
it
calls it out.
leaves the head unparalyzed.
Gotcha. Okay. Yes, so she's still able to speak. So, for the time that you are awake, you're intending to keep her bound up with limp lash. For the whole 2 days that you're going to be underway. What about the other 2? And that also means that if you're going to be doing that, you can't be driving.
Yeah, I was gonna say literally that a few minutes ago. Just
So-
like, yeah, Holo Holo can't really do shit.
Yeah, how we could solve that is we could have Flick and Vark kind of pass the mantle of driving the cart back and forth between each other.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And then breaking for camp when the horses need a rest.
Yes.
Okay. In that case, Flick and Vark. I'm not going to ask this too often, but I would like a fortitude from the both of you.
mhm.
Yes. Let's do-
Oh,
I
man.
am
Roll
still
something
in
else in the
talk to
background.
Go.
I'm still in
Yes.
talk to myself mode.
Also, Flick, I swear to God, if you roll 20 nat 20,
Okay, and then-
Listen,
We're in
listen.
luck.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
We're in luck. Yes, the two of you managed to tough it out for the most part. And the horrendous winter has receded to a degree. As you well know at this point. I've harped on about it quite enough. But it's
Yes.
still pretty damn cold up here. Vark doesn't feel it, so he's at a significant advantage in that regard. Flick, however, you have to deal with the natural inclementation of the weather. Pair that with the exhaustion from the fight against the Hag and the Remorazes, mixed with the cold and just the general wear and tear of the journey, and the fact that you don't have your cleric to help fix you up afterwards. You're feeling a little beat up, you and Vark, and Holo Holo. But you do your best to pull through and try to keep awake on a cycle. One where you all be able to keep an eye on Sirin. One night you break for camp. And there is a momentary lapse. Say, you guys have kind of reached your limit a little bit. Won't dictate it too much, but in short, not the worst comes to worst, but there is a moment where the tiredness between the three of you just kind of overlaps. And while on mechanics, being hypervigilant for 16 to 18 hours is potentially possible, that is something I would classify under the rules of forced march, where that is exhausting, or in this case, fatiguing.
Yes.
Typically not something people usually put themselves through and are not typically trained to get through. That's what the endurance feat is for. At one point when the three of you drift off, Vark, vigilant as you are, born in the night as you are, when darkness falls, it's a comfort to you and it pulls you slowly to sleep. Flick, being very much a night cat yourself, not too far from the same. Used to, for years of living in a hold or in a cabin, when eventually you found the favor of good employers, or at least fair employers. And Holo Holo, having gone through something of an ordeal, and perhaps still haunted by the image that force had bedeviled Sirin, and still does.
Actually, can I make two and two together? Was that the force that I sensed a while back, or at least was it similar?
The feeling was distinctly different.
Okay.
Maybe while you're ruminating on this, that you fall into the reflexive elven trance. Capybara is curled up next to you, a source of warmth. As much as they do on occasion harangue you, they are still your companions and teachers. You huddle together for warmth.
I'll just like drape a small blanket over them, or like some sort of cloth over them.
And so it is then that you are sharply woken by the feeling of hands around your throat.
God damn it!
You will
As-
die now where you haven't before. Your life ends now.
As the half-vacant eyes catching in the firelight next to you, you see a reflection of something antlered in them, where her soul and her consciousness is only half present, as her normally dainty but armored fingers clench around your throat. Now it is between the two of you to try and see how far this goes. Being suffocated as you are, Hollow, you don't have the breath to cry out. You want to be able to shout for help or try and get her off you. This is going to take an opposed check.
Thank you, Sirin. Very cool.
Bring it,
What
elf
was-
boy.
There's a reason why the session's title is the one where Sirin turns evil.
The one
What a title.
Wait 1 second. Let me see. Oh damn it! No, yeah, you're crushing my windpipe, so I kind of can't cast a spell.
Nope, you are currently unable to do anything that requires a verbal component.
Can I open my mouth and just go munch on the fucking hand?
You could try a bite attack, yes.
Give me the fingy. Give me your fucking palms.
God damn it, you and biting.
Yes.
You
Remember,
learned from the capybaras, too,
Indeed.
literally.
There's a 20 hit.
On Siren's AC,
Yeah, that's gonna hit.
It's gonna
The
hit.
20 definitely hits.
2 points of damage.
Okay.
That does not, however, break the hold. As Siren, you are currently grappling him, there's no attempt to break the grapple. So yes,
Also, did we fully heal from last time, or
No,
did we remain
you
the
only
same
heal as much
HP?
as per day in
Mhm.
Pathfinder, unless you use your magical healing before each rest, which normally that's the case. That's why usually you're able to heal fully. Pathfinder, you
Mhm.
heal your HD plus your con mod per day
Okay.
for every day of proper rest you get. You get 24
Gotcha.
hours of uninterrupted rest. You get double that.
If I buy her, is there just like a period of like where she like lightly lets go, so where I can let out something? Or
No.
okay.
Considering it's only 2 points of damage, I doubt it's enough to get her to let go of her stranglehold. Siren, this man just bit you on
Yes.
the hand while you're trying to choke the life out of him. The indignity.
No dignity.
No.
Is there a way I can make an opposed like check now, or
I would say it's Siren's turn.
oh lord?
Oh boy.
Would you just like
What
to
do?
maintain the suffocation?
I think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna maintain the suffocation. I
Okay.
don't want to alert the others.
Considering the fact that you didn't exactly get the chance to hold your breath. Hollow, I require a fortitude save from you.
Okay. Damn. I hate it here.
Oh no.
You take
This-
1d10 damage.
Okay, how much damage should I take, or do you?
I will roll.
Okay.
You take 2 damage.
Also, were we able to fully regain our health between?
I just went over this.
I'm sorry, I got called. I didn't hear anything.
You heal your HD plus your con mod per day. So far, it has been a day. So you get your hit dice plus your con mod.
Okay.
In this case, it'd be 5 plus con mod, because you don't have your cleric healing you at the end of the day.
Okay, so that would be 7 HP. So 21 19 now. Okay.
Cool. Now it's your turn, Hollow Hollow. We're gonna. I don't know if I want to do this turn by turn or if I want to accelerate this, but I feel like that might be just a tad unfair.
And my khakis are still sleeping.
I mean, yeah, you've not done anything to try and alert them. They are right next to you.
I'm gonna bop one of them on the head, like lightly, just try to like wake it up. Frantic.
Lightly?
Kind of swat at them a little bit. Or...
Lightly fucking kick that
I hope,
shit in the
I hope
shin.
I hope it's not too much of an inconvenience. But could you help me as I slowly die?
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but I'm currently under attack.
Yes. So you're going to nudge the capybaras in an attempt to hopefully wake them. Hello, hello.
Oh damn! I really did
Sorry,
kill him.
Sorry, I keep on getting called.
So you're hoping to nudge the capybaras in an attempt to wake them. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You nudge them, and they're slowly, blearily waking themselves up. It looks like it's going to take a second as they adjust to the situation.
They just wake up, they're like, oh.
Oh,
Well, Sirin, it seems like he's nudged the capybaras, but his face is very slowly starting to turn blue, which is ironic given the fact that this is an aquatic man. Would you like to
say-
continue the stranglehold?
Yes, and very, like, in such a light whisper that only he and I can hear, I'll say, "My, what a pretty color on your face." And I'll maintain the suffocation.
I like this new Sirin. 2 damage. Actually, no. Correction. For every... Actually, no. I did that incorrectly. Hollow Hollow, another save, please.
Okay.
So, to go over the suffocation rules once more, for every failed save, it starts off with DC 20. For every failed save, the DC goes up by 5, and the damage up by 1d10. So it is now 2d10.
Okay,
Hey.
roll another d10 for me.
Hey, Siren.
Yeah.
You know what capybaras have?
Mm,
Less hit dice.
that's true, but
It's true.
this one
Okay,
is more
so-
Which
are we-
means a
are-
sleep spell
are you
could
still
work on them.
Are you still taking?
Oh,
Yup,
wait, but I would have to let go because if I recall,
Daryl, why are you
sleep
trying to get me
requires-
killed?
No, he's trying to get her to take her hands off your neck before you choke to death. He's trying to
That's
help
Yeah,
what I
you.
was
it-
saying.
I have to let
Don't
go of his
fucking
neck
say
to
that.
cast the sleep spell.
I am the
Requires-
impartial arbitrator in this, but yes, it is
Okay,
verbal,
good,
somatic,
yeah.
and material.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is 15 damage.
No, I was about to ask you. So you originally rolled another 2. Would I just add it to?
If I wanted to be really, really nice, I won't count that 5.
Okay.
12 damage instead.
Okay. Okay. So that was 19 minus 12.
Down to 7 HP.
Siren just killed me.
Well, this is turning out dandily. Okay. Hold, your capybaras are slowly stirring awake. Your turn, and then it will be the capybara's turns.
Okay, let me. You know, I'm gonna just try to break out the grapple now.
Okay, that's it'll either be an opposed grapple or a grapple from Siren and an escape artist from you. Whoever rolls higher.
I'll take an
wins.
escape artist.
Okay, Siren, could I get a we call it a CMB roll? So a combat maneuver.
Yeah.
You have to beat an
That's an
18.
18 for me.
You do not get free.
I can't believe this is actually working.
Thank you,
I can't tell
Siren.
if I'm
Very
happy or not.
nice.
As he tries to break free, but one thing that may routinely get underestimated about you, despite your slim physique and dainty hands, is that you are a cleric that walks around in a pretty heavy armored coat, and who regularly engages in melee rather than in ranged. You are not weak,
Yeah.
and that is more now than ever something that is perhaps in horror dawning over Hollow Hollow. He can't get a spell out. His copies are the only thing that could potentially get him out of this sticky wicket. and you don't seem like you're willing to let go.
And I also
Yes.
imagine in this situation that while she has this dominate person spell on her, that her eyes look like they usually do, but much more faded. Like
Mhm.
she has kind of like an icy, frosty like cataract over them, and she's just
Yeah,
looking down.
I described before that they're a little bit hollow, a little bit glazed over looking. To say that
Okay.
they have this almost like grimy or frosty sheen over them. And then hollow, now coming more, perhaps it's the lack of oxygen, maybe it's the darkness coming into solidity around the peripheries of his vision as his vision effervesces a little bit and starts to fade. The figure of that antlered, shadowy entity that he saw before becomes, bit by bit, a little more solid, somewhere like the reflection of a horizon in your eyes, and it just leers at him. It leers at you, Hollow. Just
Damn.
watching. Your capybaras have now stirred awake and see what is currently happening. They looked between each other. They look at you. They look at Sirin and the stranglehold that they have on your that she has on your neck. And rather than go at Sirin, they run to Vark and to Flick and go to bite them awake.
Oh.
Alright. Yeah, no. Smart. Absolutely. Okay.
1 second. They, however, are not, quote, gentle about this.
Well,
Not to worry.
Rodent
Vark,
incisors go burr.
Vark, you take 1 point of damage. Flick, you take 2, as you are you feel a sharp pain in your ankles.
Ankle biters.
Literally. And Sirin. Next will be Hollow, then the capybaras, and then the 2 as they finish waking up. Sirin, you maintain the stranglehold?
Sirin does maintain the stranglehold as she looks down at Hollow, not really caring that the capybaras have woken the other 2. She's just trying to focus her efforts on
it's that
completing this.
Same command that's running around your head, that same shrill, desperate command from the hag, sort of running circles in your mind with just one word, or it's 2 words actually. Kill them. Yes. Hollow. 1 more fortitude save, DC 30 this time.
I already made it. It's an
okay.
8.
Oh, cool. As that is now 20 points of damage.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Hollow.
Hey,
Oh
Sirin.
my.
Hey, Sirin, you want to know how close you are to killing me? If you did 1 more damage, you would have killed me.
Outright. Yep.
Oh my.
You are now
Siren's
down-
good with wind stuff.
Yeah.
She can remove it as
Yeah,
well.
you are now you are now at -13. Give me a D100, as you are now at 1 HP away from total death.
Oh my.
Oh no.
Can we blame Flickavere for last sessions for this?
Nah,
for,
it's
for
not his
such
fault.
for draining all of your lucky dice rolls.
I thought that it would be done with Genesis because you guys didn't go to a gas station. I was hoping that at least would be nullified.
No, you did.
But
There was
no.
another session where we didn't end at a gas station. This is your fault.
That's true.
We don't have gas stations here. We're fucked.
We don't have gas.
Yeah, that's our one. Your
Oh,
session
no.
is our one safe reprieve. What happens when we leave Iris? We will be forever cursed. Anyway, so
current objectives survive.
yes. You're very lucky. You made the save to stabilize.
Me rolls a 6.
You stop.
Yay.
You don't exactly.
Low one.
You don't exactly bleed out when you're being suffocated, but it's basically your body being able to maintain your life despite being at the brink. So this means that even once Sirin lets go, you won't immediately begin. What do you call it? You won't then the immediate next turn just die. Vark and Flick, you both watch as Sirin, straddling Holo's midsection, hands in a vice grip around his neck. As he struggles, bites at her hand, tries to pry her hands off of his neck to no avail. As his movements then slowly fade in strength, and then his arms drop to his sides and his head goes back limp.
Okay. All right.
It is now your two. I'm going to say Vark first.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. 4 things.
4 things.
Yes.
My friend, you don't have that much action economy. What the fuck are you doing?
Well, here we go. So first thing, as a free action, I'm going to point at the potion of Cure Light Wounds I have prepared. Part of my spell. And I'm going to look at the fucking capybara that just bit me. I believe
all the intelligence and facetiousness you've seen in this creature's eyes have gone away. This thing looks desperate.
Yeah. For him, feed it to him. Secondly, I'm going to grab one of the other ones. And I'm going to cast once again Animal Aspect on myself.
Ooh.
This time I'm giving myself gorilla arms.
I thought you might do that.
Vark becomes swole.
It
Jesus
increases my
Christ.
armor type by 1 type, but
Vark
that doesn't
swears
matter.
he's natty.
Oh my god.
I don't do steroids.
Just magical supplements.
Exactly. Then I'm going to march over to Sirin and try to wrest her away from Malolo.
All right. That will be making the grapple or reposition. Yep, make me a grapple at a +4.
Vark just breaks her neck. Gorilla arms.
Suffocate
Good,
her in
that's
turn.
taken care of.
Donkey Kong.
Yeah, just grab her by the neck and start choking her. Make it a Simpsons choke chain. Why you little? Why you little?
Okay.
All right.
And then also...
Sirin, what is your CMD?
My CMD, you said, is a 17.
That beats. Beats. So you managed to successfully grapple her even without the insight. As you then grab her and pull her off of Holo, as you see his chest slowly begin to rise and fall again as a desperate breath is sucked into his lungs.
Stop this.
And then I, in turn, begin choking. Ah!
Yeah, not yet, at least, unless he really feels like it. Man, this is getting kinky.
Oh god.
Whips and rope, and now choking. All right. With the help of Flick, what is your turn? What is your action? And then I think this will be this. You guys have managed to have subdued her after this. I don't want to make it too complicated.
I'm thinking, should I go and help Vark even though he seems to have it covered, or should I try and help?
To be fair, this is the woman that managed to paralyze him with a spell and then kick him while he was down.
That is true. That being said, he's at more of a risk. This is obviously out of character right now, but I would say help him. Grab the potion I have.
Yes, I'll grab one of your potions, and I will. Would you say it's like the cure light wounds potion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes, I'll grab one of those potions,
1d8
and I'll immediately head over to Holo and start feeding Holo one of the potions.
Okay, that is, I believe, 1d8 plus 5?
4.
Plus 4.
For me.
1d8 plus 4.
Roll that shit.
1d8 plus 4.
Comes out to a
8
cool
points of healing.
8. As Holo Holo, you are brought up to negative 5 HP and are properly stabilized.
I love how 3 sessions in a row Holo Holo has damn nearly died.
I find it compelling. Character growth.
Character growth, I don't know.
The best kind of
At this
character
point,
growth
I'm-
is done while comatose. Anyway,
Yes.
That's gone.
So-
That's gone.
so
And that's why Avdol dying twice was so good. No, I'm kidding.
So, Vark manages to rest Sirin off of Holo Holo's body. You manage to get him some healing. He's not awake, but at the very least, he is looking better. He's that shade of purple that was dominating his face has managed to recede, and he's now breathing a bit more evenly. Any damage to his windpipe has been thankfully undone. And you're pretty sure if she had gotten a couple seconds longer with her hands around his throat, he wouldn't. So, it is with him now unconscious. The two of you are left to watch over Sirin for the rest of the night, and then load the both of them up onto the wagon. And this journey back to the town continues. What a rush of a session start.
Yeah, 0 to 100 real quick.
I would
I
have.
find that's one of my
I-
specialties.
I'm gonna be real. When I saw that 20 damage, I was like, okay, so what character am I gonna play now?
No, actually, I didn't know the exact numbers you have on your sheet, so I actually believed you were dead there.
Yeah, same here. I was like, oh, fuck.
I did a double take and I was like, oh, is that going to do it? And it's like,
You-
so close.
Okay, so here's the thing, Rami.
Literal
If you went
skin
with that
of his
15,
teeth.
I would have been dead.
Yeah, no,
If
you would have
went
been.
by 15, I would have been dead.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've been like, okay, I guess I'm playing Risk of Rain 2 for
Mhm.
the rest of the session.
Remember,
Me-
almost doesn't count.
Me,
Yes.
Rami, leaving characters at 1 HP. Or 1
Dap
away
me up,
from
my
death.
friend.
Damn me up.
I
Um,
apologize, Fue.
After
You
Siren
say
and
that
It's
like you didn't
okay,
come to
Holo
me.
Holo.
You said like you didn't come to me asking for a small solo session, and then just give me we settled on a bullet point list of the things you wanted to do to your friends. Speaking of which,
You too?
Holo Holo will remember this, by the way, Siren.
You too?
I mean, what do you call it? You lose your memory about. You lose the last 3 minutes of your memory before you faint. So technically, you don't remember her choking you out. That's the thing.
But I'm assuming Vark
it
and-
takes. They'll fill you in probably, but it takes about 3 minutes for your memory to encode into your brain from your short-term memory into your long-term memory. So that's why you tend to have what's called a film riss, or a gap in your memory before you faint or knock out. Some people are weird and they're able to remember that stuff. They have a much quicker encoding process. But you tend to forget about roughly 3 minutes before you knock out. That's why people wake up and they go, oh god, what happened? How long have I been out? Because they can't remember. So you wouldn't remember being choked. You would, however, have the other two filling you in. It is with an unconscious Holo Holo and a tied-up Sirin, which you guys, I'm assuming, are now keeping a hawk's eye on.
Yep.
Yes.
Tired,
Vark.
haggard, and rolling into the premises of the village.
After having kind of been made sure she's once again bound, with a cup of coffee, like a tin can, What kind of turns to Siren, as I assume Slick currently drives.
Yes.
So, tell me, Siren, who is exactly causing you to do this?
I see antlers, sharp, cold, dark whispers in my ear, in my head.
And he writes in his book.
Uh-huh.
You say whispers. Whispers of what or who?
To kill.
Well, yes, that much is obvious. But who is this entity telling you to kill us?
I don't think I would recognize it, would I?
It's not a theological figure you're familiar with, and it certainly hasn't given you a name. It's just kind of watched you, and it's been... To put it in simple terms, has just kind of been there. It's a presence, and it's not judging, it's not threatening, but at the same time, it's not comforting, and it most certainly isn't attempting to help you. It's just watching.
Yeah. So Sirin will say, it is present. It watches. My goddess cannot reach me, but I don't need her. It watches. I must kill.
Quick question. Would that have been the next day? So could Siren theoretically try to save again soon? Or
No,
am
we've
I
already done the
thinking
save for
that's-
the 2 days it takes to...
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
failed
This
both
is within
saves.
the 2 days. I thought this was 3. I thought this was save 3 or day 3. Never mind. You're good.
See. You are referring to. He flips back a couple of pages. Meluna, yes?
Mhm.
Your deity?
Yes.
Well, goddess of the moon, sleep and dreams, yes?
Yes.
Well, sleep and dreams are something ever present. So I don't think it's that she can't reach you. It appears you're just weak to hear her.
You talked to me about being weak. I distinctly remember paralyzing you and choking you. I don't know if I'm the one who's weak. I am constantly able to escape and kill, and that I will accomplish. I must.
Touché. But I suppose you should know one thing about me. Any shot this book. I'm a quick learner and I adapt.
That said, Bark.
I've seen it. I'm currently
Good.
rolling.
Good.
So, in the fairness of our little problem right now here, Sirin, do your worst.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. So Sirin is
Ooh.
tied back up.
Yes, you've been once more tied back up, and that's what I'm actually getting to.
Not on that 20.
Not on that 20?
No.
Ah, I see. Oh, that's a max roll
Yeah.
and a +6.
Yep.
Regardless,
Yep, that's
it
fine.
wouldn't matter since it is a skill roll. As Vark, your perception comes out to a 24, and Siren's sleight of hand comes out to a 17. As you see her subtly sitting where you've stowed her, like among some of the crates and barrels, hidden off in a little corner where she can't move too much, but you see she seems to have, at one point, found something, whether it's a piece of metal that may have been chipped loose from the attacks from the bullet and the remorazes, or maybe it's a small knife she managed to get out of some of the boxes where there were cutlery or work knives. Regardless, she seems to have gotten her hands on something sharp. Sirin, you have gotten your hands on something, and before you're able to slip it somewhere, maybe hide it, or maybe begin cutting your bonds, you see that Vark has spotted the...
Oh, do you see what I'm holding? Come, approach me. Come closer. Do it. God damn it.
Damn it. Kill him.
Oh.
Kill him now.
Get him now.
Purple fish bones, or fish. Thank you very much for the follow. Also,
Hi,
hello,
fish.
Hi, Cam.
It's
Hello.
him.
Hello.
Cam is also here,
It's a
and
fish.
as he has put it,
Hi,
Pathfinder
Cam.
Bondage Edition.
Oh, hi. Oh, hi,
Oh,
Mark.
God.
Happy birthday, fish.
Happy
Happy
birthday!
birthday,
fish.
It is
Hello,
Fish's.
Happy
It is
Papa.
Purple
birthday.
Fish. It is Purple Fish
Happy
Bone's
birthday.
birthday. I did see, and I got to watch a little bit when she had her the first day of her birthday stream.
She's got her one today with the game, and I'm very excited.
Yeah. Anyway,
Merry birthmas.
happy birthmas.
Yeah, but bored.
Yes, Grim. They're fully aware that you feed me terrible, terrible ideas. Yes, Vark, you've managed to spot her. I mean, and I'm assuming in good practice you have bound her hands behind her back. Or no, actually, depends on what you're going for. But yes, regardless, you've bound her hands in a way that would not make it easy for her to sew something. And upon spotting the sharp implement that she has managed to sneak unsuccessfully, I'm going to assume you managed to confiscate that off of her. Maybe if she'd gotten the surprise on you, she would have had a chance of perhaps leaping at you, stabbing at you, or something like that. But due to attentiveness on your part, even through the tiredness, you're able to, You're able to head that off. It is with that that you guys finally get back to the village perimeter. And with
Am I awake again?
check something. Not yet. Just trying to keep
Because
a
of
mental
our-
tally of how much time has passed.
Okay.
But yes, no, it is early in the morning. It takes a couple hours before you guys get back. It's not enough time, unfortunately, for Hollow Hollow or any of you to have gotten the effects of a rest. And it is in something of a sorry state. Bark and Flick, haggard and tired. The other two, indisposed in their particular ways. And that the large cart is slowly pulled over the bridge, and you do see as what looks to be a middle-aged man and a troglodyte come running over with a couple of stone wedges, which they drive into a trap here. You know there to be a
Good.
trap door
Yeah, good.
to stop it from falling down, as then your cart on the map. As it slowly trundles its way over until you make your way into Wagon Bay. Wait a little bit.
Probably,
The horses.
probably during the little, oh, sorry, go ahead.
The horses, as soon as you make it in, immediately start impatiently tugging at their reins to be let loose.
Considering we are near their, let's call it, hideout, are there any lizard folk?
There's what do you call it? There's troglodytes here and there. You also know for a fact that both Ikaria was working on getting the whip into shape, and Mallory had more or less abducted or press ganged a few into his own ends. So you don't have the full tribe here, but some of them are gathered around. There is something of a sheepish, awkward atmosphere you notice pretty much as soon as you come in.
Okay, well, assuming that Karya isn't immediately close by, Vark is going to basically hail the closest lizard folk, and in the little bit of dialect that he picked up from Karya in between, the first time we met the lizard folk and now, since I do speak Draconic, just not the dialect, Vark's going to say, "Bring sheaf now."
Okay. How are you? There is something of a there's a reptilian bark that comes in through the walls as one of your tribal members comes in. of course, stops at the threshold of your home and respectfully, as he has been taught to, rap at the door jamb. And then you hear something along the lines of, "Hunters, return!"
Oh, the others. Good. Well, I suppose I have to go see them. This is from outside, yeah? Or did this one come in?
This one is still standing at the threshold of the door. You see him, but he is not entering.
Yeah, with a quick little like whistle, he'll summon Vair to get up and
He
give a
slinks
little
up to your
shrug with
side
it.
pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
Every
And
your shadow.
we'll head. Yeah, I with my shadow in tow, I will make way for the door and give the troglodyte a small pat on the head, quick thank you, and cutting back across over to the
The
kind of
the
equal
sort
to
of
the wave.
unconscious force of your pat just kind of squashes his head a little bit into his shoulders, so you see kind of like the head sink down a little bit as the forked tongue just kind of bleps out the front of his snout, as it gives you like a lopsided beak.
Ah.
Good. You've returned. Kar will kind of shout with a wave.
Yes.
Probably both during the journey and also after pulling to the village, Flick would probably have been saying some sort of ditty to himself or probably to anyone within like reasonable earshot, something along the lines of like, what do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor?
By the time you get back,
case,
by the time you get back to the fucking village, it's less. What do you do with a drunken sailor? It's more. What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you?
Yeah, with that note, Kari will
What do
kind
we
of
do with the lineup, Sirin? What do we do with the lineup?
Kari, at this point, I will.
Yeah. At this point, now Flick clambering off the cart groggily is now saying, "What do we do with a murderous cleric? What do we do with a murderous cleric?"
Oh, yeah.
Pray
As
for
Kari
absolution.
Yeah, exactly. Kari actually, is approaching the cart as he does, will kind of look at Flick, look at Vark, look at Hollow Hollow, and look at the rabid Sirin.
Holo's probably
fighting
not
him.
even there,
Yeah.
bro. He's
We have quite the story to tell.
Yes, I mean no disrespect, my friends, but you look awful.
Don't worry, we've noticed.
Well, I suppose you'll have plenty of time to tell me about it after you all get a snow bath. Now,
Yes.
Also, wait, did you guys
Any
leave
kind
Holo
of
Holo in the
bath will
cart with
do at this
Sirin?
point.
did you leave Hollow Hollow in the cart with
Did you leave Holo Holo in the cart with Sirin again?
I'm still there. Calm down.
I'm still there too. I'm just remarking.
Imagine that.
Okay, I'll go
Flick
through,
gets out to, like, wait a minute, guys. Siren's still in
Wait.
this.
Wait, we forgot the kid.
Oh.
the
She
kid,
doesn't
the
roll onto Holo
120
Holo.
the 120
So
in the back of the
Vark,
car.
from what it sounds like, hasn't left the wagon yet,
I have not, no.
which is
I'm-
good
no,
for Hollow Hollow.
Since Flick was driving, I was sitting in the back with Sirin and Holo. And I'm remaining there.
All right, Karya, you approach the wagon, and yes, they do look like they are in a sorry state. The two of them look exhausted, a little bit battered. You see there are uncharacteristically remnants and bruises of wounds. You see claw marks on Vark, as well as battering and traces of frostbite. Same with Flick, as well as what looks to be like redness around their eyes, not just from tiredness, but for something else. Normally,
The bruises around Holo's throat, holy
yeah,
shit.
oh, yes, but he hasn't seen that yet because he's lying down in the wagon, which is big.
I
But
mean,
yes,
Holo Holo looks
the
like
most
he's been-
uncharacteristic part of this is the fact that normally Sirin takes care of these wounds every night before you guys go to sleep.
Yeah, look, and Siren's just tied up. Is she just, like,
Here's
fighting
the thing.
and, like, wiggling?
Here's the thing. She's currently tied up sitting in the wagon, and I need to remind you, this wagon is massive, off the ground, and has walls on it where you can't immediately look in and see everything inside.
Fair. That's true.
So as it
I
is right now,
Sirin would be,
all
like,
you've seen is
leaning-
like the upper half of Vark leaning out and Hollow and Flick who had jumped down.
Flick is probably going around the back to probably help some of the villagers like unload the supplies out of the cart. as
Well,
well.
I probably would be going around the back as well
Yeah.
to just kind of
Cool.
look around and see what's
As
going in.
villagers and people are, and you yourself and troglodytes are helping to get things off the back of the wagon. As some barrels and crates come away, they slowly peel away to show what looks to be an unconscious Holo with the two capybaras sitting on his chest, looking unusually defensive of him, but not looking at you. They are snarling and sneering at the form of the bound up and well, let's say desperate-looking form of Sirin, curled up with her knees to her chest, up against a barrel, up on the opposite end of the wagon from him.
Hello, nice to meet you again.
Well, we've met many of times before. Vark.
It has been quite some time, has it not?
You look horrible.
Yes, I do feel bad.
I'm no longer
I
beloved.
don't feel so beloved.
I'm not feeling so beloved.
I'm not feeling so beloved, Mr. Orthos.
God
Oh
damn it.
no!
Mr.
Oh no!
I
Just kidding. If there was a Tony Stark figure in the group, it would probably be Chico.
yeah, this one.
Stony Tarkus.
Stony Tark.
Stony Tark.
I
Oh,
am
no,
Stony Tarkus.
we're back in Iris. We're back in Iris, bro. Fuck.
Stony Tark, leader of the independent corporate of the Tark Corporation. Anyway, so that aside, that ad placement aside, Vark looks like fresh hell and death warm. He looks like fresh hell. Holo looks like death warmed over, where he's lying with the capybaras sat on top of his chest.
Holo looks like he's been digested, frozen over several times.
Yeah. Well, as curious as I am to discover the multiple causes of these lacerations and ailments, and more so as to why Sirin has been bound and tied, I can only assume that she's not in the right state of mind.
Siren?
I was leaning against like one of the boxes with my head turned towards it, kind of hiding my face. And when Karya says this, I turn to face him, looking into his eyes, and I have tears streaming down my face, and I say, "Oh, why are they doing this to me? Why? I was trying to heal them, and they're hurting me." And I'll kind of turn away from him again.
Okay.
Vark, doesn't really emote well. He always basically has a very neutral expression. But with what he's gone through, that neutral expression has slowly shifted into a resting bitch face. So he's just kind of unblinkingly staring at Sirin. He kind of sips from his cup of coffee. If you roll Holo over, you will see bruises around his neck. I had to pry Sirin off of his body last night. She almost choked him to death.
Fortunately, that bluff check does not make it. However, Sirin, there's something else
Yeah.
you had in mind.
Yeah.
You're seeing that obviously Vark cuts through the bullshit. He's cut off your bluff before you can even bring it to bear. To villagers spectating all this, aghast, and most certainly cut off any attempt to sway potentially the most dangerous and useful asset here, that being Karya.
Yes. And as part of turning away from him, like I said, she will attempt to move forward, but because she's bound, she probably trips and falls on her face with her back towards Karya, and then looks back at him and in Draconic says, "Untie."
Karya,
Oh my god.
as the command spell hits your mind, you feel a compulsion irresistible to take her bindings off.
Can I make a will save?
You already did.
Oh, I did way at the beginning. Oh.
That's what that was for.
Oh.
You
yeah,
rolled
I'm not gonna
not so great on it.
Where am I during this?
Unless I don't believe anybody went out of their way to go fetch you. So as you are right now, you are not anywhere close.
So,
As
have fun,
yeah,
have
right,
fun.
yeah, before. Whereas, yeah, as Sirin was giving her side of the story, Flick also has remarks. Yes, we ran into some sort of witch back in the forest. Well, we thought that she was very welcoming, but it turns out she's not a very good host. Tried to kill us. Apparently, we thought some of the other folks from the other carts were with her. Turns out they were zombies.
And yes, Jude is worryingly good at playing the villain. I guess that's what you get for when you're a witch. But yes,
Fair.
Karya.
I just play good characters way too often.
Have fun.
It's nice to stretch your evil wet muscles every once in a while.
Yep.
Um,
Oh, yeah.
Keeps you in balance.
Here's the
Speaking
question
of
that
evil
I
perpetrations, yes, Karya, you are now compelled to take her bindings off.
While I am compelled to do so, I can only assume that Vair would not allow me to do something that stupid.
I don't know.
Because even though I was compulsed to do so, if there's one person who would understand the idea of injuring the mind, it would be Vair.
Would he? I mean, he understands that his breath hurts people on a psychological level, but he's not exactly a master of enchantment and illusion.
That's true. That's true.
Being able
But
to
if
breathe
Vair-
fire does not make you an expert on pyrotechnics.
That is true. However, if I had Vair blast Karya with his... Oh, no, I can't do that. I could do
You're
that,
immune
but it
to
would
it.
just... Yeah, I'm immune to it. That's right. Fuck, I'm immune to it.
Sirin does the Jedi mind trick. You want to untie me. Kara goes, you want to. I want to untie you.
That said,
Vair goes,
basically.
bah!
That said, you have the link class feature. You and Vair. So a dragon rider and his bonded steed always know the direction of each other and are aware of any conditions the other is suffering. He knows you've been commanded.
So I suppose Vair would probably announce this?
In what language?
Well,
I'm
in
not sure if Vair would go like, "Oh no, she's tricking him with Jedi magic." No, Vair is a dragon. What Vair does is his hackles immediately go up. He raises onto his hind legs, and he tackles Sirin and begins biting at her. For the
Here we go.
for the what do you call it? The utter gall of trying to mind control his master and brother, the two of them of which have endured the bonds of slavery, or at the very least his brother has. He was still an egg at the time. As Sirin leaps atop you, front legs on your shoulders, your arms and legs still bound, back legs straddling your hips, tail whipping high in the air in an obvious signal of anger and warning, and snout inches from your face, purple flame licking up his beak as he hisses
Rightfully
at
so.
you in warning.
Respect. Rightfully so.
So, this doesn't change the fact that Karya is still compelled to take her binds off.
Mm-hmm. And how long does that last?
How long does command last?
Command lasts 1 round, so
1 round.
roughly 6 seconds.
As you are then compelled and sort of almost like a zombie begin groping at the ropes around her, and are interrupted by the body of Vair getting in the way, you try at it, and then the command slowly fades from your mind as Vair notices the effect wane from your brain, and then turns around and then lays down on top of Sirin. As you get a tail full of dragon tail, face full of dragon tail.
Oh, what? Oh.
I suppose we should have gagged her.
Yes, that would have been best. Thank you, brother.
Sirin curses in Draconic.
Does anyone have a spare sock?
Oh God.
I'm sure the troglodytes have something around.
That's actually cruel. Jesus.
Yes! He's not very happy being mind controlled.
Is there enough time for Mallory to come, or do you think that with the schedule he wouldn't be there?
I think with the schedule, you've managed to finally hone your group. At this point, it's mostly routine training for tactics and stuff. You would have a lot more free time since the group has managed to refine itself down. Also, because there's less people to micromanage. I would say, with the commotion that is now gathering around the wagon, with the group having returned, first curiosity and now horror, as the leader group that was assembling as the beacon of hope for this village has now turned on each other. As they watch you all, or at the very least, they watch the dragon, which has already been regarded with some skepticism and some trepidation, attack the good, well-meaning, if somewhat naive cleric that used to sit on the corner, offer tea and advice to people. How this will affect public perception, hard to tell. You can already tell, though, some of the villagers watching are backing off and unsure about how to deal with this.
So she's been mind controlled.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Is Holo Holo finally kind of awake, or is he still asleep?
Nope, you haven't gotten enough rest yet.
You're
unfortunately.
unconscious.
My dude, you are comatose. I am very sorry.
My dude.
Speaking of, I don't really know if there's much. I guess I can turn to the other villagers at this point and go. I'm trying to remember her name. It was Ronya. I'll turn and look to the others and go to the villagers and go. Is Ronya available? We have injured, and it appears as though our cleric is indisposed.
There's some mumbling among the people, and then from between them, you see Boris actually pushing out from between the knees of the people, just sort of poking his head between, seeing what's going on. Uncharacteristically, just dressed in a single tunic. Normally he's in leathers and has his crossbow with him, but it seems like he's probably just woken up. As he looks it up and down, looks at you guys, and then, without another word, takes off up the hill here.
Wonderful.
So.
Oh, damn, nothing's picking up. There we go.
So, the drama having resolved itself a little bit, eventually the things pick up again. Vair grabs Sirin by the nape of her neck, drags her towards the back of the wagon, and then more or less busies himself with not hurting her, but pretty much spending the rest of the time the wagon is getting unloaded, and eventually Boris does return with Ronya. As you see that, like him, she has to push her way through the crowd, her head only coming up to about people's waist height. As they push between the crowd, and see as the wagon has been unloaded, Holo is being taken down carefully for Ronya to inspect, and at the very back, near the driver's seat, is Sirin being watched like a hawk by Vair. It also would be at this point that others in the village, having all this commotion going on, would be, at the very least, alerted by the amount of noise and bustling activity, which is not common in this village. Others in the group may gravitate towards the village. Yes.
I guess at this point I'll turn and go. It appears as though our cleric has fallen under some sort of mind control. And though our injured is here, it appears as though their mission was a success, and you will all have food and supplies, at least for the time to come.
Slate, his usual dour self, again, still eyeing the many troglodytes with stern suspicion, does come to appraise the various crates, barrels, and boxes of goods. And when he gets to the couple of barrels shoved full with rations, he goes in. For one thing, he tips it over, looks in, writes it, slams the lid back on top, and with not much else of a word, pretty much he orders a few of the people to start lugging that towards the warehouse and says, "It'll do."
Vlog's going to give him a small nod as he checks it over.
Gives him a nod
Says
back.
nothing.
It's weird because when you left, you had something of almost an amicable understanding, but he's more clipped and almost kind of abrasive than usual. Something happened. It's characterizing more potentially illustrative of what the issue is. The fact that he is, even in his procedures of his job as city planner and quartermaster, keeping a considerable berth from the troglodytes in the area. More so than even before. He's eyeing each and every one of them with stony and unenthusiastic caution. So it's something of an awkward affair as the wagon is unloaded. The stuff is carted back to the warehouse. And soon the crowd disperses with Ronya looking hollow over. She is putting something onto looks to be a linen rag of some sort, and then daubing it around Hollow's throat, which slowly begins to make the bruises fade, and the indentation where his slightly crushed windpipe was. And as that happens, his breathing stops being raspy and once more returns to clear, deep breaths, as she then takes something off of her belt, corks it, and then pours it down Hollow's throat. Another thing that should be noted, one of the crates that you guys brought back was chock full of potions. As for the village's stores, you now have a total of 30 Cure Light Wounds potions. After Ronya has a chance to go through it. 5 Mage Armor potions and 5 Shield of Faith potions.
Make that, I think, 12, because I have a lot of Mage Armor potions.
That's the question, though. Are you disseminating that among the people, or are you using that for yourselves?
Me and Vark, I believe it was me and Vark talked about it a few sessions ago.
Yeah, that we'll be giving them to the villagers to make them,
okay,
have higher chance of surviving.
Good. Okay, so that's going right to the warehouse as well.
Yeah, that can help with the militia as well.
Do you want me to put those numbers of potions down?
Sure. So Ronya
where is
uncorks
the thing yet?
and then helps Hollow swallow something by massaging his throat as she pours it into his open mouth. Hollow, you heal.
How many potions for it was it?
30 Cure Light Wounds. 5 Mage Armor and 5 Shield of Faith. You heal 9 HP. Are now once more conscious.
And I'm at 4 HP now.
Yep. As you feel something sweet and revitalizing chase down your throat, and a warm, small hand across your forehead, sort of gently sweeping the hair out of your eyes. And you awaken. You're on what seems to be a stretcher made of tarpaulin and a couple of tree branches. As the halfling alchemist, which you have occasionally, you saw working with Vark quite a bit, and you've passed on occasion, is helping you imbibe a potion of healing, which is, your throat's feeling a lot better now. Why does your throat hurt so much? And as she then looks up to the people standing around you in a tight circle and says, okay, he's doing better now. He's She then looks down at you and says, again, very gently massaging your forehead and very in a soothing manner, she says, "You're going to want to take it easy for a little bit. I know you might feel the urge to get right up, but I would say take it easy. Let these men
Holo would get right up.
Don't you do that. Just back down. She then grabs you by the shoulder and with uncharacteristic strength yanks you back down onto the stretcher. As says, "I will make you rest if you make me do so. No patient of mine is getting up and walking around after a near brace death. Lie down."
Holo will sigh. And I'm assuming Paka and Lolo are nearby.
They were actually sitting on your chest.
I'm going to say with probably a slightly raspy voice, "What happened this time?"
To hear your friends tell it, your friend in the ropes there, she points to where, she points somewhere off into the wagon where she is now being boarded by a dragon, is that she nearly choked the life out of you. You remember anything to that effect?
No, I don't.
In that case, I recommend just a couple days of proper bed rest. I don't want, if we don't know if this is any sort of indicator of deeper damage. Asphyxiation has terrible effects on the mind, especially if they're not treated properly. So I recommend you stay lying down, or I will make you.
She just pulls out like a sedative or something. It's
I will
like,
have
oh,
you know,
okay.
I have 3 degrees from my university, and they are not for show. One was in medicine and anatomy. Other was in biomechanical studies. Want to know what the third one was?
Black belt.
What was that? What was the last one?
Surgery.
You sound like my kahuna. And Holo is just gonna still lay down.
And your kahuna, whatever that is.
That if you're curious, Hawaiian shaman.
No,
or Polynesian
I'm aware.
Okay.
It's Ronya who doesn't
Yeah.
know what it is. But Ronya
Yeah, that's true. I was just making sure you knew.
Whatever your kahuna is, they sound like a wise individual. They believe in the might of bed rest.
Debatable. Joking.
Would anyone else in the party be
would
nearby listening to this?
I mean, sure. You're all gathered around. She gives you a little slap on the forehead
yeah.
and says, "Now stay resting." As she says, "All right, get him to the, well, we don't really have an infirmary, but get him somewhere warm and with 4 walls. I'll be there shortly."
Flick will step forward and say, believe it or not, this one also survived a Ramoras.
You... of course, yes. I assume that was... Given the fact that none of you have any traces of digestion or acid burns on anything but your clothing, she points you up and down, I assume that was before your religious friend was dominated.
About a day before.
Yes, quite a bit before that. First there was the Ramoras, then we met a witch who we thought was a nice person, but turns out they're quite manipulative.
Oh no!
They had zombies helping them.
I assure you, witches are never somebody you should trust. They are, as someone that spent quite a bit of time learning the ins and outs of proper studied magic, witches are. I don't mean to be dismissive, but very fly by the seat of your pants. Sometimes literally. As you hear this, as Holo, you're being carted away on the stretcher.
Well,
she baited us with Oh, go ahead.
I was saying Holo sneezes a few times, nice. Probably along with his familiars.
She baited us with hospitality, and as such, we were rewarded with a mind-controlled cleric and quite a lot of freezer burn.
You understand now why we are so leery when we're offered good charity this far out in such an unhospitable.
Precisely.
Still, good learning experience, and if nothing else, things like this don't tend to be permanent. it will take some. Knowing Roscoe, he'll probably assign a few men to keep an eye on her while she's. Well, it takes time for her to shake it off. We worry if it'll be in time for the big attack, but regardless. If anybody else is injured, I urge you to come see me. I will do my best to help mend your injuries as best I can while your friend is in recovery. And she then, with hands folded, begins to stride back up the hill. Something a little bit of a struggle given her stature, but she does so with, at very least, a put-on air of grace.
Flick will just briefly hold up his ankle and just look down to it and to ponder for a sec, but then he'll just put it back down on the ground and say, nah.
Ronya, for those people
little bite mark from the capybara.
A minor gripe at the time. You could probably get it seen too, but we'll probably also amend with sleep. So, that little
Her
bit
hair
of...
kind of reminds me of
size was
Coconut Head.
fucking hurt.
Her hair reminds you of what?
I said her hair kind of reminds me of Coconut Head.
Coconut Head.
Yeah, from
I didn't know she was a
That's
halfling
the
until you
Classified School
mentioned.
Survival Guide.
Oh!
Oh.
A little bit,
I
right?
remember. Yeah, the one with the hair helmet. The one with the hair helmet.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
There's the frills there, which make it a little bit different. But yes, I see what you're going for. But anyway, yes, that little bit of kerfuffle kind of with a cordial invitation given to come by and see her if any medical attention. A now awake Hollow being pulled and dragged towards the best approximation they have of an infirmary, which is, you also know, used to be the apothecary and alchemy house before the whole place started to get stripped and torn down, and where Ronya before and now primarily operates. That said, she and Mallory, at this point, you would have been able to make your way over if you wish. There is a considerable commotion going on. But the crowd themselves are now uneasy, beginning to dissipate, and...
One quick question. How do I make a token? I don't know how to do that.
You go to your sheet, where your name is,
Yep.
click, and you drag it onto the map.
Okay. Presumably, I'd probably be over here. This one's the what's-it-called, right? Smithy?
That's
or is it?
I think it was more...
Or is it this one? More. Oh. Alright, so. Yeah, I'll just make my way over, essentially. And. Aiko shows up and goes, "Oh my."
You would have passed by
what's going
as a perhaps unhappy-looking Hollow was being brought on a stretcher into the apothecary's house.
Oh dear. Yeah. I'll need to check on that later. It means he's back. The rest are back. So I'm here. I'm here to see the my gaggle of friends.
You see two very hurt and tired ones, and one currently being sat on by a dragon.
Can someone please fill me in quick? Give me the quick rundown as to why our cleric's being sat on by our dragon friend here.
Clearly, she decided to betray us, so we're gonna kill her.
You want to tell them, Vark, or should I tell?
Oh wow!
She has been bewitched.
Right to summary execution. That's the Mallory we know and love.
Yeah, I was like, ignoring that one.
Ignoring that one.
Okay, next option. What happened?
Vark or Flick.
Vair actually looks at Mallory, then looks to Kari and nods. You know he's joking, but you can see even through this he's kind of joking, but at the same time you see that there is this a tint of displeasure still on Vair's expression.
The dragon agrees. Let's commence.
She has been bewitched by a higher power. It is a temporary measure, so I do not know how long it will last.
I see.
Vair in like a low hiss of Draconic says, "Mind control is temporary. A breaking wheel is
Murder is
forever."
corruption.
Oh,
Oh,
You would deprive us of a valuable asset.
And I would get to see a butterfly break on a wheel.
No,
Wait,
I
can we
don't
hear
hear.
about
I
you?
don't.
yeah, he can talk.
What
Oh.
language? What language
Wait.
was that by chance?
Draconic.
Always
Yeah,
Draconic.
Cool.
He doesn't speak common.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. I'm gonna
He-
walk over. Walk over and pat the dragon on the head and go. I see he's. I'm just gonna pat the dragon on the head and go. About right. Nah.
About right.
Yes. Quite right.
Mm-hmm. You know, because this.
I'm not sure what the dragon's saying, but I have no idea if I'm supposed to agree with it or not.
I presume it's probably alright to agree.
Majority rule. Kill her.
I'm undecided in this matter. I have no idea what's going on.
That's the fox, that's the fox, the unicorn, the cat, and I. That's 4.
I never voted for this.
I never voted for this.
I didn't vote for you.
Anyway.
First past the
Anyway.
post-democracy. Anyway, yes. Anyway, so as you should, ignoring Vair's suggestion, as it is something of a little bit of malicious joking, still joking, but still in a malicious sense. He's not saying this because he actually wants Sirin dead, but he's taking a certain Schadenfreude in all this, and knowing the fact that she can understand him when he is talking about using a incredibly excruciating torture implement to slowly kill her.
Basically,
If nobody knows what a
he's
breaking
doing
wheel
it.
is, I recommend, if you have a strong stomach, I recommend you Google that.
Yeah.
It's
What's
not
it called?
nice.
Real quick. Basically, Vair is going, haha, JK.
But
Unless.
what if?
JK.
Unless.
But what?
he-
Anyway, so the group minus Holo have assembled around as they you now have a tied up and hoarded Sirin in the back of the wagon, and the question of what to do.
Could I do something real quick, or do you want to do some stuff with these guys? I was gonna do something real quick.
It might be a good. Might
But-
actually be a good thing to do as they contemplate what they want to take as the next step. Also, don't want to take too long on this scene.
You figured.
Mhm.
Yes. What did you want to do, Holo?
Holo's, I guess, just gently petting his cappies, and he's gonna sort of jokingly say, "Survival of the fittest, eh?"
As one of them with their little. I believe cappies are hoofed, correct?
No, they're not. They have
Right, no.
actually their feet are webbed. Funny enough.
Oh yeah, they have little web claws, right? Yes. God, I kept thinking they were ungulates of some kind, but they're rodents. I remember now.
Yeah. There
so-
was a prehistoric South American creature that was an ungulate that had rodent-like teeth, though.
That's prehistory. There's by our standards some very weird creatures back then. Anyway,
Yeah.
I think it wasn't. I think it wasn't just that. I think it was the whole family of them. But that's beside the point.
Lolo kind of paws at your chest a little bit as she doesn't move from your chest. Her sideward-facing eyes, her head kind of like moving to the side so she can, with one eye, look you in yours, blinking slowly, and said, "You nearly died, you." It's 3 times.
Ew.
That's 3 times in a row.
Don't worry, I know.
What this means is we've been fucking up as your teachers.
Oh Lord.
1 time is a coincidence. 2 is bad luck. 3 times is a pattern.
Yeah. Yeah.
What you need to do is do some work on this. Once this attack is over, we're gonna need to do some serious thinking. You need to learn more magic, and you need to learn to fight and think in unconventional ways. Previous stuff works sometimes. It's obviously coming up against big, nasty, and in the case of the hag, horribly intelligent and, worst of all, maliciously intelligent creatures. Not everything's going to be a big dumb monster or a zombie or something that's just going to charge straight at you. You need other tactics.
Think I have something that'll help a little bit with that.
I should hope so. I'd hate for you to master your alchemy and then die in the stomach of a giant monster out in the wilderness and have that be wasted and squandered. You came out here because the mother had a purpose for you. You don't fulfill that purpose, that'll be on me. She won't care, because that just means nature got you. But it'll have been my failure. Get some rest.
I need you to do me a little favor, though.
Depends.
In a few hours.
Well, does it result in me jumping down more chimneys?
Potentially joking. No, after I rest for a few hours, fetch for a bard.
All right. As she then lowers her head and lays it flat on your chest, and again begins to fade off. Slow, quiet snoring. Fill the air of the Gary shop.
Yeah, and then Holo Holo will also pass out as well, or just fall asleep shortly after.
And you'll be able to find if you spend the rest of the day basically resting, you'll be able to, with the help of Ronia, recover twice what you normally would.
Yeah, I think I'll end up doing that.
Alright.
Everything's pain currently.
It hurty. So yes, back to the group. Is there anything you guys would like to try? Because it sounds like you guys, at the very least before, had potential ideas for how to break Sirin, snap her out of it.
Well, I didn't. So I was gonna just punch her until she was unconscious and put her somewhere.
I mean,
pretty much. Yeah, I was supposed to ask Karya.
The question then becomes: do people agree on that course of action?
Karya.
Yes.
If you may. Remember how you've knocked out
Me?
I knocked out that one. Can you do that too?
Personally, I think we could probably
Nine-Tails
solve
friend
this
here.
without chemical means, but I'm in no position to really say what sort.
If we do go the physical maintenance route, we'll put it.
Percussive.
I think percussive. That's one thing. Yes, I'm at. I think.
Dong!
I think we should do it inside, as to not show others of this. detestable
You say
method.
Vair, like, bring his head up and get him. No, we should definitely do this out in the open where everybody can see it.
Well, truth be told, I'd rather not have to resort to violence.
Yeah, too,
But
so eager to do it too. Anyway,
you told me to do that to you. I take no offense.
So, what is the objective here? Are you going to beat Sirin unconscious, or are you going to try and tackle a different method?
I can also potentially do something if.
There's a recommendation from Kimura to and Grim. They both back each other up to
throw her in the lake and see if she
make
floats.
a ducking stool.
Alternatively, we could just I'll get back into character for this. Alternatively, we do have a house, and we have some supplies left over. We could just barricade her in a room, make sure that she doesn't sneak out. That way,
But then that means someone still has to watch the outside.
Well, I have troglodytes, and they seem to be handling the cold rather well.
True.
They're handling about as well as anybody else, only minus having clothes. They're not built for the surface.
Never mind. Well, if we barricade the outside, no one's going to just not hear her taking apart wood or breaking glass.
So are you going with the isolation method?
What's the rest believe? I would rather not have to knock her unconscious. On top of that, I don't know if that will work.
At the same time, if we try something alchemical, could also work, but then it takes some time. A lot of time, more time than we probably have.
To be a dick?
I'll tentatively say yes to the isolation.
Okay.
Isolation
Seems to be the more understandable option.
seems
Okay.
to be. Yeah.
All right, so what it sounds like, and Roscoe will speed things up a little bit. We'll coordinate with you guys on this. He'll set a couple people to rotate on guard from the militia to watch over Sirin while she gets over. Kind of like a, what do you call it? Kind of like a, what's the word? Rehabilitation, or what's the word for when you're watching over somebody as they flush the drug out of this, and when they get over an addiction?
Monitoring?
Surveillance?
Try to
No,
starts with a re.
they'd be like a.
I think. Is it just rehab?
Rehabilitate?
Whatever the case. Stick her in a sack full of tickle food. I mean, that will also potentially choke her. That you're literally shoving her in a sack full of glue.
Huh.
That's somebody's fetish. Anyway, so you guys barricade her inside of a house, and there is a militia on rotation to keep watch on her. We're gonna speed things up a few days. With the help of Ronya, and also the help of Annabelle. The two of them help maintain the health of the people in the village. Annabelle takes a much more standoffish approach. She's also largely spending, and has spent a lot of time monitoring the greenhouse. There's a new crop of cabbages and potatoes, which is helping keep the town fed, and it definitely helps make it through the stale rations. And we're going to speed things up a little bit. You guys managed to heal back up. Even Sirin, as on occasion, Ronya does come in to help monitor your health and check you over. Never without a couple of guards present. And we're going to fast forward things a few days. Any other projects you guys have currently in the works? Let me know. We're going to fast forward those a little bit. Nothing too complex, as you guys have had quite a bit of time to prepare.
Okay, so how many days? You said a few, so is that like 2,
We'll say,
3?
Well, for the sake of argument, we're going to say 4. As we go through the last of Siren's will saves. Sirin, if you would give me 4 will saves in a row until you eventually succeed.
Sirin. There it is. Sirin just stepped.
Right, she went to go get
away
some to
from that
eat.
water. Yeah, so I can roll them.
I can roll them.
Oh, that works.
Could I bless Sirin for those times?
Are you going to just more or less just make a pass every once, like every day as you go through? Actually, no, bless wouldn't do anything. It's only will saves against fear.
Oh yeah, no. Never mind then.
Yeah. You can still pray for her, pass through, and give her a prayer. But when it comes to Sirin, it's down to her. Unless anybody else has any things they would like to attempt to help her break free.
We have an alchemical item in the works, but I don't think it'll be done on day 1
What
especially.
is the item?
It is called Sphere Song, and it is a syrupy concoction, a sphere song.
Sphere Song.
1 second, I sent Fway a screenshot just in a moment ago. I can just send it to you as well.
Sphere Song concoction.
good, good.
Sphere or severe?
Sphere, as in a like globe.
An orb.
And then psalm as in the song or
Song.
Yeah, like a.
Sphere, song.
Yeah.
oh, sphere psalm.
No. Sphere,
S
song.
S-O-N-G.
Yes. Concoction. There's a
Ah.
+1 bonus on alchemical, chemical bonus on will saving throws. The dreaminess slows your reactions to danger, imparting a -2 on initiative.
Oh.
I'm going to go ahead and roll her will save.
Are we essentially giving her laughing gas in a weird way?
I'm going to say that.
I mean, it is a syrupy. Hey.
Nice.
Looks like that won't
Oh,
be
good.
Fun.
Looks like that
You
won't be
made
necessary.
Hey,
it.
I'm back, and I've just been informed that I'm being barricaded.
Yes, you have been isolated into a
You're
room
being quarantined.
while you detox the mind control out of your brain.
That's fair.
You
And the very next day, she's mysteriously cured.
yes, that won't. Now there's the arduous task of convincing the others that you've recovered. Yes, Sirin, I went ahead and rolled your will save because I didn't know how long you'd be out getting snacks. A 25 will break the mind control.
Oh, I actually did save from it.
Yeah, you made it.
God damn it. That's okay.
So, Siren, after about a day of being locked in the room, and there every once in a while, one of the like Ronya, the alchemist, comes in, checks you over, rubs a balm onto your wounds, but you're never untied, and there are always at least 2 guards in the room with her at any time. And then for the rest of the day, you're more or less left on your own. You're given a bucket, and 3 times a day, you're given a plate and a bowl of some broth and stale bread.
I see. And
rations.
how? Yeah.
It's-
How am I tied up? Am I like tied to a chair? Am I tied and laid on the ground? Am I tied to a structure?
I would say you're tied to one of the support beams of the house. And as you come to, well, actually, you wake the next morning and give it a little bit of something. What's this here? Huh. Nice. Calm down, guys. Don't have to inspire party murder that badly. Jesus.
Ugh.
So yes, it's not the
That
purge
being-
dudes. But yes, so Sirin, after another night of being bedeviled by that entity, it's just kind of there, and another night of your goddess not answering your prayers or racing your dreams, you spend the night drifting off in a restless sleep. It's been yet another night of nightmares, yet another night of your prayers being unanswered, and waking up, or falling asleep to those visions of that tumultuous spiral blizzard caging you, trapping you, and that shadowy figure just beyond the pall of snow, watching. And then something clicks. What it is, I won't say, as what will be up to you. But something clicks, and the realization hits you that you're being compelled by the witch, not by this thing. It seems to just be, its presence seems to be maintaining the command, but it's still the witch's words that were driving you. But then it hits you, this creature isn't here. It's not here maintaining the command. It's here because the command is present. It's like its presence was carried by her words, and as long as those words are in your head, it's there too. And it strikes you, this creature isn't what's commanding you, and its presence, as intimidating as it is, isn't what you should be afraid of. What hits you is the fact that you don't have to. You can fight back. You don't have to listen and obey the words of a dead hag witch. And that's when the spell breaks. And you awaken to the new dawn of the next day, your mind once more yours, and the horrid realization that you nearly killed 2 of your friends.
Yeah.
Under duress and mind control, but the feeling of Hollow's neck between your hands is still fresh.
Oh yeah, the guilt is an extremely heavy burden. In fact, too heavy. And when it finally sinks, because she's realized and remembered what she's done, and because this guilt is weighing so down on her, her head literally falls. And I'd like to imagine that whenever she slept under the influence of the spell, in her nightmares, she was constantly trying to break free, but not knowing how, and doing so unsuccessfully. And then there's like this background voice that is almost impossible to hear until it finally gets louder and louder and louder, and she snaps free and wakes up and thinks in her head, "Father." And I think she'll wait until the next time that Ronia comes back to check on her. And but before then, I think she'll try to carve into the ground, if it's a type of ground that could be carved into, with her feet as best she can, the word sorry, and wait for her to come back and make eye contact with her and hope that she'll understand, because she can't speak and is bound still.
Unfortunately, it is a wooden floor, so carving into it is going to be a bit difficult
fair.
without a blade.
That's
She'll just go with the eye contact then.
As it does happen eventually, Ronya comes by for your usual daily checkup early in the morning. As much for the sake of making sure you don't harm yourself as it is to make sure that you're in good health and that you're not harming anybody else. She checks your bindings, makes sure that the rope burn isn't too bad, checks you over, brings up a vial which she shakes and which emits light, which she then uses to check your eyes, and then
Her eyes are very swollen and puffy because she's been crying this entire time, realizing what she's done to her friends. Except this time rather, it's not fake crocodile tears, it's genuine sorrow.
she looks you in the eyes. She squints. And with her stature, even with you sitting on the ground, she doesn't need to take a knee. She's just looking in your eyes. Squints. Looks you right in both your eyes. And then turns to the 2 guards and says, "She says anything in a language you can't understand, or I do anything uncharacteristic, knock us both out." As she then very gingerly unties the knot in the gag around your mouth, then pulls it out. She brings up a forefinger, holds it in front of your eyes. Focus on my finger. She then moves it left, right, back to center. While she's doing this, she's shining the vial in your face. You with us again?
I am so sorry. I deeply apologize.
She tucks the vial away, and then seems to consider something for a moment as she cups her chin in her hand, and then strokes it and says, "Part of me skeptical that you've managed to recover this soon, but call it intuition. There's something different about your eyes. Whatever's there is gone now." She then turns to one of the guards and says, "You, go get the others. I imagine her friends will probably want to see this. They'll know whether she's being truthful or not better than I will." One guard goes out the door, the other one stays behind, and if you're really there, this is the real you. Let me tell you right now, as somebody who went through school and was the thesis target of one of the other students the topic of how long you can get somebody else to endure a command concoction. How long you can extend it for. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not your fault. I'm sorry you went through that. It's unfortunately a little too common in the world nowadays, but I'm so sorry, and it's probably not going to sink in right away, but it's not your fault. It wasn't. She then...
Thank you. I know.
She
And
comes up, and with her small, slim arms, just kind of stands, again, full height, and wraps her arms around your neck and pulls you into a small hug.
Sirin sobs into her neck.
Understandable. I'll say that goes on for a few minutes as the rest of the group is gathered by this militia member who comes up at a decent clip, at a jog, knocking at doors and telling people to come quickly to where they're keeping Sirin.
I'll say this real quick.
With
Holo.
With Ronya's ministrations,
Actually,
you would within the first day be okay enough to be walking around, just to give you that little bit of liberty.
Holo will actually refuse to come.
Okay. Understandable, actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of all the people who don't want to go,
Yeah.
Hollow definitely fits that bill.
Yeah.
Flick will probably have been like getting back to the work of the of training some of the villagers when he receives the call, and he will head over.
Okay.
However, if possible, he will have a cappy set. He will have a little cappy set. But he himself refuses to come.
Okay. Paka will go in that case.
Mm-hmm.
Lolo sticks by you.
So just a mini cappy comes along, a little baby cappy.
Let's see. Da-da-da. Wonderful. We don't have to go through day by day making will saves. This is nice.
Yippee.
Yay.
Can't find me, but yeah, we've made it.
Okay. Shortly thereafter, let's see. Chi, do you go?
Yeah, I go with.
Okay. Yes. 1, 2, 3,
Oh.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Everybody except for Hollow. In his stead, the smallest copy of the pair of two that tends to follow him arrives with the group. Sirin, you are visited. Very noticeably, Hollow is absent, though one of his familiars is here.
I'll look at everyone as they come through the door, and then
Ronya, for her part, is still kind of standing by Sirin, a little bit behind her, behind one of her shoulders, and is just gently rubbing the back of her neck.
Good, you're finally awake.
damn it.
And then, then out of nowhere, from a portal that opens up in the darkness, an arrow slams into Karya's knee.
No!
No!
Teach you to make references in my fucking stream.
Right across the border.
You are now condemned.
You must now give up. And Chi, yes, at this point you would.
Alrighty.
But yeah, Sirin will look at everyone as they're coming through the door, and then once everyone is there and she's made eye contact with everyone, she'll bow her head in a symbol of apology and humility and feeling like she's not worthy of their eye contact. And she'll, still with tears streaming down her cheeks and dropping onto the wooden floor, she'll say, I am terribly sorry. I cannot apologize deeply enough for all of the pain and chaos I've caused. I vowed to never hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. And that's exactly what I did.
Excuse me,
I'm
excuse me,
so
why-
sorry.
Excuse me while I altered the stream title slightly.
Oh,
What is the name of it now?
wait, let me see.
Where the part where Sirin almost becomes evil?
No,
No.
The one where Sirin is sad.
Then
Oh,
So yes, Sirin has given her heartfelt apology to all of you. Paka, for his part, nobody can understand him, but there is something of a very minuscule chittering coming from about ankle height to everybody. Nice one, Grim.
Oh right, no one can understand. No-
No one can understand Paka except for me. And
And I
Lolo.
sense
technically.
mode of the animal.
You want to sense mode of the capybara?
Yes. I want to know what
sense
the
snootiness.
capybara is talking about.
I don't think you'll find out what they're talking about by understanding it. It might be like you can probably figure out if it's violent or not.
Well, yeah. And that is indicative of what the capybara is saying.
Go ahead.
There you go. 25.
Beautiful. I'm gonna do something really weird for a second.
Oh,
Mallory, you look at the capybara, and in any setting that isn't fantasy, it would be fucking weird to try and read the emotions and body language of a rodent, and try and make some sort of make out some sort of communication from it. To your credit, though, the capybaras have proven themselves both intelligent and malicious at times. So they are intelligent, and they are capable of communication, at the very least, with Hollow Hollow. More so now than not more so recently than before, as they seem to have actually developed a way of talking with one another. They seem to be speaking some sort of uninterpretable language. Yes, no change. You squint at the capybara as it chitters, and its body language is definitely something not nice. It seems to be guarded and even a little bit aggressive or angry with Sirin as it chitters at her. And then something starts to kind of come into perspective as you see, kind of like what Hollow Hollow saw over Sirin when the domination happened. Maybe it's through the light of your halo casting a silhouette of something otherwise not perceptible. You see a lithe figure that almost kind of resembles Hollow Hollow, kind of standing hazy with its arms crossed and one hand cupping its chin as if in thought, as it seems to be appraising Sirin. And it's judging her.
Did I just see God?
Oh god, Mallory now knows I'm a fucking witch.
There's something different about this. It's not just a capybara.
Well, that is food for thought later. The capybara still doesn't like you, Sirin.
I understand, and I understand if all of you don't like me anymore and don't want to forgive me. I completely understand. In fact, I don't even think I'm worthy of forgiveness. It is entirely up to you.
Mallory, having you been the one speaking up about its current displeasure, it looks up at you with a look of, can you believe this woman?
Mallory's just gonna shrug and just reply with, I never if you don't hold any expectations for anyone, you never get disappointed.
Mallory is now talking to the capybara.
Did Mallory's mind just open up to allow the fucking capybara to talk?
No,
Huh?
Mallory's having a
they're-
galaxy brain moment.
Mallory just is at the moment doing a pretty decent job of interpreting the capybara's body language.
Mallory's
My
like, I
best
think I know
friends
how
are
you-
a bird and a horse. I can
Yeah.
talk.
Vark kind of leans in the doorway. You can just barely see he's holding his pen and his book again.
Vark, if you write any notes about me, I will tear that book.
It's in my burn book.
I wouldn't dare.
Censorship.
Sirin, you what did you say? You do not expect forgiveness?
No, I don't expect it, nor do I think I'm deserving of it.
Well, that is stupid.
Damn.
Well,
agree.
then I
Vark
am
way.
stupid.
I actually have to agree with you, Vark.
There's a look from again. The capybara is now like in more animated than before. Is looking between the group, chittering, and then almost like in a with a little. It looks what you think looks like an attempt at an indignant stomp.
Oh my god, it's a little plop of its paw.
And
Yeah,
then
I'll look down at that and
the
go,
cat-
"It's not our fault." Oh, I'm sorry.
But
Continue.
you look down, you're going like, it's not our fault, and then you see the capybara's eyes are rolling back at its head as its mouth opens, its head tilts back. And what you think at first might be an epileptic seizure, as the capybara starts to starts to twitch, and then collapses into a puddle of seawater.
Wait, did it just die?
Wait, huh?
Well,
And then the seawater begins to move as it rises up, forms first into a haze and a mist, and then solid into the form of a dark-skinned, blonde-haired young boy looking like a child version of Hollow.
Flick
Well,
does a double take. Flick does a double take as he looks back and sees this capybara go from a capybara to a puddle of water
Into a
to a
boy.
humanoid
As then there
and
is
to a
a
boy.
they're
from
triplets.
nowhere there is a ocean breeze that carries with it the smell of salt that blows through and slams the door against against the wall. As in a flash, there is 1 second. This child, as it is forming, or this childlike entity, as it is forming, looks like it's about to form in the nude, and then is covered in what looks to be a set of seafoam green robes, crossing its arms and then this time actually with a still kind of impotent with a little plap of skin on wood, stamps, leans forward towards Sirin and says, "Are you done feeling sorry for yourself? I can't believe this. You get mind controlled by one entity of winter come to life, and this is the shit we have to deal with. Cry me a river."
the strange boy is correct.
The strange boy is correct. Yes, do you remember just a few days ago when I went berserk and attempted to kill you all?
Yeah, you
I
don't
remember
see
just a
him
minute ago,
crying
this
about it.
was a capybara.
Dude,
I remember just a minute ago, this boy's a capybara.
yeah, Flick actually reacting like a reasonable person would.
Is anybody gonna talk about this?
Is nobody going to? Is nobody going to point out that this capybara just turned into a small boy and is still giving Siren shit?
I don't understand what's going on at this point.
Flick, let's save the questions for later. Let this right out.
I'm not going to forget this.
Me neither. Puts her hands on her head.
We
I'm
will
done.
talk about this.
I'm done.
Again, this boy is
Flick.
Mallory in the pose that you remember seeing, sort of hazy over the capybara. This boy crosses his arms, one hand coming up to his chin, looks at the grouping and says, Normally, I'd say questions are for the smartest people in the world, because the smartest people in the world know when they don't know something. But I only have so much time to do this, and impress my opinion upon the young lady here. And it says, the shadowy one over there, the one that's still kind of hazy, fucking weird. He's right. You are being, and you are correct. You are being stupid. Let me tell you something right now. You got mind controlled. I don't know what the hell I can say that will convince you out of this stupid hyper-emotional guilt trip, but that quite literally was not your fault. If you can't see that, I'll leave it to the others here who's like, you guys can all sit here and form a support group or something. But currently, my master and student is, our master and student is currently sitting in the apothecary's house, recovering and dealing with what you did to him, which, to be fair, if he had died in that point, that would have been entirely on him. I don't know why we got stuck with him. But here's the thing. What you dealt with and what was controlling your mind is something so far above you, I cannot even begin to impress it. The best I can say, as he turns to the group, and says, that is something that's on par with what Holo Holo is contracted to.
Oh, look, it outed me out to everyone.
Yeah. Holo Holo is contracted to something.
Yes. He's contracted to Mom. What that is,
I don't know.
I'll leave that up for, you can always ask him. Maybe he'll answer. I'm probably already breaking a few rules, airing out this laundry as it is. Let's just say, when he says the ocean is his mother, he was kind of being literal. That hag witch, as far as Lolo and I can tell, fucking idiot. Lolo and I can tell, was contracted to an entity of purest winter. Not a god, but as far as you guys should be concerned, about as close. In terms of the disparity, doesn't really matter. Points to Sirin and says, that should tell you that when that thing has a grip on your mind, it's really, really not up to you about who you decide is at fault.
I see.
That you can sit here and you can wallow in your pity as much as you care, but this is the first time I've actually gotten angry with one of you people. Like, I don't know what actually started. Maybe it's the connection to Holo Holo that has me like this. Like a dead fish that he is on many occasions.
Maybe it's him making me stupid as fuck.
Maybe the stupid is maybe the stupid and the emotionalness is contagious. You know what?
No.
Like usual, I'm going to blame him for this. But the point is, for some reason, I give a damn about this, and I feel unreasonably angry listening to you here tied up to a pole, going, "Oh, woe is me! It was my fault that I was magically controlled and choked one of my friends nearly to death." You guys are 2 or 3 days away from being bathed in angry troglodytes. This is not something you should be dealing with.
Yes, that's true. You're right.
Priorities. Cool. If that point has been made,
And here,
if that 1 second, I understand questions. Good for the mind. Unfortunately, with that point gotten across, goodbye. As it then collapses into a puddle of seawater again, and this time doesn't reform.
You know what's really fitting about his name now that I think about?
Mm-hmm.
Aka means fuming or smoking.
Yes.
Mm.
This is why if Lola was here, she wouldn't have done that. Paka came.
Lolo would just have bitten all of you and then walked away.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the smaller they are, the angrier they are.
Yes, he has a chip on his shoulder. Go figure. But yes, Paka dissolves into seawater and doesn't reform.
Does that seawater literally just like traverse back to me, or is it just staying there?
You feel your connection to Paka sever.
I'm gonna look at.
As Paka transforms back into seawater, Sirin says, "It seems most of us have strange familial ties."
And Grim
Flick
has
is just
a
going to stare at the
self-care.
puddle. Flick is just going to stare at the puddle of salt water for a second. He's just going to cup one of his hands beside his mouth and says, "Are you telling me I've been swimming on Holo Holo's mom the entire time?"
Hey,
I am
hey,
very
hold on.
confused.
I've been inside your mom.
Hollow's mom. Oh god.
God damn it.
You know who else is
Yes,
I'm
salty and
very
yet-
confused and have several
in the ocean.
questions.
you know who else is salty and kind of wet all the time? Your mom. Anyway,
Your mom!
but yeah. Anyways, real quick, Holo Holo's gonna look at Lolo and he's like, "Did Paka blow a casket again?"
I kind of got a little bit of it from here, but I think something about that went over there made him like actually blow a few. There's a reason why where we come from we call him Little Volcano.
Oh, he is fuming all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to go back to the ocean now?
Stupid boy. I mean, he's kind of just in training. You don't really need him to do your magic. You still got me around.
Okay,
Besides which, it's
might
probably
be
better.
like-
It's probably best to give him a few days to cool off. He's probably gonna bite whoever made him do that if you bring him back too soon. Might still do it anyway, but you know. Stupid boy. Anyway, time to get up. And she then kind of paws you across the cheeks.
Oh,
Yeah.
good.
Yes. Having been harangued by a capybara. Yes, sorry. My interruption aside, please continue with your with the heartfelt emotional roleplay.
Well, Flick is going to kind of like just put two hands through his hair and along his ears, and he says, "You know, I'm going to save the rest of the questions about confusion for later." He's going to turn back to Sirin and speak again. For all intents and purposes, Paco is probably correct, or is correct, I should say. Sure, someone put the knife, sir. If you had a knife in your hand, but someone else was controlling your arms. That wasn't you. That was whatever that spirit creature was that was controlling you. For all intents and purposes, it was its fault. You were just a pawn in its game. Really, it wasn't even your... Really, you were just a puppet on a string. It wasn't your fault. That much I can see, at least.
I see. I will.
And really, if
try my
anyone
best
should
to
be
grasp that.
Really, if anyone should be apologizing, it's probably also me for accidentally stabbing you. If you want to control it.
No, it's all right.
Holo biting Siren 2 times. I regret nothing.
And also I should apologize to you, Flick, and to you, Varg, for attacking you both. Karya, I should apologize for attempting to control your mind
Stop.
temporarily.
Can I punch you?
Sure. No, I'm kidding.
No.
No, I mean that, you know, I just, you know, I'm sorry for everything. I understand now with everyone explaining to me, and I will continue to wrap my head around this as the days go by. It will take me some time to process that it wasn't my fault, I suppose.
If you
But
wish to atone,
Still, I'm sorry.
then just ensure that it won't happen again. Or that if it happens to one of us, you will take care of us as we did for you.
I will. Absolutely. That is my job, after all.
There we go. In any case, have a nice day. I'm glad you're back. And he leaves.
I'm also glad that you're back and in sound body, mind. Really, I was rather worried that this was going to last much longer. I was afraid it was going to be a massive setback to our plans, but good to see it. Good to see you.
Yes, I
But-
woke up
but-
just in time.
But it does beg the question of what that spirit was, whatever that thing was that was inside your head. But we'll save questions like that for another time.
Indeed. I really hope I never have to see it again. But, if it's alright with you all, can I be untied so that I may help with preparations now?
Ronya, for her part, where she's been kind of standing at your back, though she definitely was looking kind of leery at the whole capybara situation. There's a look of distinct, what do you call it, shock at seeing the boy dissolve and then not reform. Before she then, watching over Sirin for as she's talking between her and the group. Then takes a knife from her belt and says, well, after hearing you guys talk for a little bit, I'm fairly certain that return to your senses. She then actually doesn't cut them because it's perfectly good rope. She undoes the knot and frees you, Sirin. She then says, well, that the capacity of my duties is fulfilled, as she gives Sirin one last pat on the shoulder. Quiet. I know the boy was brusque. Said that, and honestly, I would have smacked him over the head for some of the things he said just now. That was.
But he was right, though.
He may have been right, but
even in the way he said it.
He may have been correct in the most direct sense, but it didn't excuse him being so callous in the way he put it. I understand why you're blaming yourself. And it's going to take a while for you to adjust and heal, and we should definitely have other things we have to worry about, but putting our mental health on the back burner is how we lose track of it. I know you like to talk to people and help them get over their issues. So, at some point before or after the attack, if you want somebody to talk to, just come by. I'll give you the same offer you gave me.
Thank you, Ronya. And if all my time of talking to people has served me, I know that sometimes people need to be talked to in a more direct manner, such as how this ocean boy talked to me. I understand he was callous, but I think that might be what I needed.
Perhaps. Different medicines for different effects and different people. Still, my offer stands open, and even if you just want to come by and talk over some tea, I will be there.
I would love that. Thank you. But first, I have an injured person to visit.
Be careful about that. I would suggest perhaps having your friends with you.
If you want, I can go with.
Yes, Flick. Thank you.
I will be there with you as well. And I still need to have a last checkup on him before I let him go. He was... tried to stand up immediately after I resuscitated him. Quite happy about that. Stubborn boy. Anyway.
Yes, that's not a good idea.
Yeah. Come, stand up. I want your legs to atrophy.
And Sirin will stand up. And I think Sirin would go to visit Hollow Hollow.
Alright.
At some point.
As we walk past, if neither Karya or Chaika or joining us, Flick's just going to look at Karya with just a look of disbelief at the the puddle of seawater again, and just takes a deep breath and I'm so confused.
This is the nature of adventure, I've found. And
Vair is currently sniffing at the seawater.
yes, Vair, I don't believe that it will do anything but taste terrible.
The seawater bites him back or something.
It
Yum.
splashes him.
No, he sniffs around it and
Sounds
he
like a
looks to
mimic.
He looks to Karya and says, "It's weird. Nothing's changed about the smell. How he's always smelled."
Well, perhaps we are carrying more interesting company than even you and I. Isn't that interesting?
Say it
We're not the
plainly. We're
weirdest
surrounded by weirdos.
We're surrounded by strange weirdos. I'd have to agree. And normally I feel like the odd one out, but
Wow, it's
you're
almost
correct.
like adventuring parties are magnets for strange people.
Well, I can't deny that. Either way,
I'm a
we need
cat.
to prepare.
I'm a cat man. I'm still confused.
You are,
Yeah, actually,
despite the fact that you
was-
are, in your words, a cat man, you are still one of the most grounded people in this group.
Yeah.
The fact that you are the straight man to all this bullshit.
Can anyone talk about this? Listen, we'll get to that later.
Draco turned into a fox. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Turn into a
no,
fox.
no,
You're haunted by the you're
that-
haunted by the soul of your dead sister. You came from another plane. You're a fucking half dragon with a dragon pet. You have your mom is the ocean, and you're a cat pirate.
I'm
The
a
most
cat
based one here.
Before Flick leaves, though, I will put a hand on his shoulder and kind of lean and go, "How's that blade treating you, by the way?"
Try to make quite a few epics. As-
No, Vark, don't sing that song.
It's,
You'll cause them all to die.
I think Vark's sticking to his blade. I think our weapons are suited to us.
Good. We will need
I insulted a witch with my blade. I dirtied her dress.
That's true. Regardless, then, that's good. We may need it. I actually have need of you in this coming battle.
I spent the last few days
I'm
tied up,
going to.
bitten, gagged.
It's yes, yeah, Cam. Turns out that fucking Flick was the one also being he was the other mind control victim. As he goes, "You want me to show you?" Stabs Karya.
No,
I have need of you too in hell.
Oh no. They'll kind of lean a little bit closer and go, "I trust your senses almost as good as my own." And the two helms of this invasion, they most likely will not stand down at the notion of me being their new chieftain. One of them is a staunch fighter, very what you would expect of one who would want to be warlord, but the other is a sneak, a trickster. And though I will intend to call them both out for single combat, I don't intend for this one to do so, and I may need you to sniff him out, and if need be, I may need you to face him. I trust your combat abilities, Flick, and I may put this in your hands if you'd be willing.
I've gotten into a sword fight. I've gotten into a scuffle or two in my day. A few sword fights here and there, but I will do what I can. As for looking out for that one, I'll be sure to cast some eyes towards the forest and
It's actually at
near to the ground as well.
Actually, at this point, that Estinian comes up the side road to what's left of the group here, and kind of knocks his hand against the wall and goes, like the crumpled, half-burning cigarette in his mouth like usual. Goes, "Hope I'm not interrupting anything."
No, probably not. What is it?
Stinian.
Estinian. Well, Mallory, nods towards him.
Oh,
Well, Mallory
neat.
tried to leave as soon as the situation was starting to look like it wasn't and his
okay.
presence wasn't
Oh,
necessary.
actually, in that case,
Yeah.
Mallory, you would have been
Oh.
caught by Pristinian when you were making your way away. He says, "Hey, last man, meet you for a moment."
All right.
As they're all wrapping that up. Well, as you know, we've had the boys and girls doing drills around the area. I've had them kind of crawling through the snow at different places, keeping an even eye out. Well, turns out that the training paid off because one of them spotted something around the edges of the village.
I see.
Whatever. As they tell it, it looks a lot like our troglodytes. From what it sounds like, it's their forward advance party. They're probably checking the place out, probing defenses, checking traps. I went out and had a look myself, and sure as day, one of them wrapped up in that wyvern tooth trap you laid out. By the way, nasty thing. Ripped the guy to 2 ribbons.
Good.
Is fucking Mallory also like the John Kramer of this fucking universe? What the fuck, Jigsaw?
Mm. Well, he set that one up like a fucking month or 2 ago.
That is
Yeah,
true.
it's regardless. That's very brutal. What the fuck?
Yep.
I am 30 days ahead of you. In 2 days, I will have won your queen and it would have been checkmate.
Mallory is just 40 moves ahead in any chess game. Yes.
Yes.
Pristinian kind of like crossing his arms goes, the forward advance party, the scouting party, has gotten here. So that means the others are probably no more than a day or 2 behind. We need to start shoring up. We need to let everybody know, but we can't tell everybody because it'll start a panic. Just need to ease them into it a little bit. Let them know that they're close. Not tell them exactly how close they are. Got the others on surveillance duty. As soon as if it seems like they're about to mount an attack, they'll blow a horn.
And we must at least make the adventuring party aware. Roscow and some key figures.
That's what I was thinking. We get the inner circle ready and prepped. Maybe get people. I would say cut the drills here. Let people rest for the next day or so. Make sure they're well rested when the fight starts. We don't want people tired, sore from training if they spring an ambush. I'll get the naphtha grenades ready. Get folks clued in.
Yes, and I'll work on refreshing those old fake tracks that I set.
Good.
For the ambush.
All right. As he then gives you a knock on the shoulder with his one gauntleted hand, or one of his gauntleted hands, moves past you to go let the party know. And as he does that, you guys get pretty much the same fill-in as he comes in, interrupts your group. Since not interrupting anything, am I?
No. I think we were just about to finish up here. What do you need?
That's good. That's very good. And I like to see that she's untied. I hope she's with us again. But whatever the case,
She is.
good. For what it's worth, he gives a small nod towards her. I'm glad you're back because we're going to need it. The scouting party has gotten here, and our scouts have managed to spot them, and they even got caught in a couple traps. So the rest of the main force is probably not far behind. We should get ready. Make sure you guys are rested, stocked up. Don't spread it too quickly, otherwise you might start a panic with the people. So,
Got it.
Stable. You were asking Karya.
Would I have gotten the word of this at this point, or has it still not hit my ears yet?
I mean, you're there with the group and he's filling them in.
Okay, so with that being said, I would probably go. Did they spot a large one, or was it simply some smaller ones?
Just small ones so far.
Are they still in the area?
As far as we can tell, they're probably somewhere here on the perimeter. They're poking our defenses. They're scouting. They're looking at what we've got here.
Well, then, if at all possible, I may be willing to convince some of the smaller ones who are not with their leadership. I do hold weight over these troglodytes, and the little ones are not my concern. I believe they may listen to me.
With all due respect, man, the little ones are also the ones that tend to sneak up and stab us in the throat.
Yes, but I do indeed have something that I can hold over them, and he'll wave his glaive around a little bit. This is proof of championship, and that should be more than enough.
Kind of shrugs and goes, "I hope you're right, and I hope your confidence is warranted."
Can only hope.
For my part, I'm gonna go make sure a few more key figures know about this. Do try and not spread it too quickly. As he then pushes past and heads towards the warehouse where Bark is. Bark, you'll get pretty much the same fill-in. As will Slut.
Alright, thank you.
I suppose I would like to turn to Malaringo, considering you've been the one who's been ministering this defense.
He's not here at the moment.
Oh.
He made his way off when
Well-
the situation started to calm down.
Well,
Yeah.
then I suppose I have to make this decision on my own.
Well,
Where were they again?
Daria, we're here.
well, actually, before Kari goes anywhere, Flick will turn to him and say, you did mention wanting my sword in battle.
Well, I suppose
So
I
do-
will need. Aiko, you were saying.
One, if you have any questions, I know everyone here has unique skill sets, but still, it's always a good idea to ask others for help. Secondly, she'll like, I don't know how to describe this. She'll take her hand, bump it against, use one of her knuckles to bump against the glaive. Sometime in the near future, definitely not now that we're busy again, I'd like to have a talk with you about something. Otherwise, let's just focus on the task at hand, and let's yeah. She sits down, not sits down. She relaxes and lets out a sigh and goes, "We have to fight again. Not a fun thing to do, but we must."
Well, it may not turn to bloodshed. If you two would be so kind as to follow me out to where they lost see these troglodytes, we may be able to at least cut some of their number. Perhaps not with bloodshed.
I was about to go up with Sirin to go and check on Holo Holo, but
Yes, I'm back.
I was going to go up with Sirin to go and check on Holo Holo, but if you need me for this,
That is up to you. I'm going regardless.
I'm going
Well-
to, because I don't trust you alone.
Well, Flick, if you'd prefer to go with them, it's no problem at all. Ronia's coming with me anyways to Hollow Hollow. It's up to you.
as long as you have company, I suppose should be fine. As long as Roni is able to vouch for you.
Yes.
Well, that being said, I'll go with Ikaria. After all, the soldier's only as good as the commander that leads him.
I couldn't agree more, my friend. Then off. The sooner we get this settled,
Off
the
we
better.
go. Best of luck to you, Sirin.
Thank you. Good luck to you guys as well.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
And
Well,
I
it
will
sounds like-
follow Karya.
Mark has followed Slate. Mark has gone off to go talk to Slate, I assume.
Correct.
Shaiko, where are you going again?
I'm going with Big Dumb Karia.
Okay, so Karya,
Yeah.
Flick, Aya, and Chi, whichever incarnation she is right now.
I
I
you
should
go.
say I don't need this to be like a roleplay thing we do right now in session. Just basically, since Vark noticed that he's, as you mentioned, abrasive, he's basically gonna say what happened and get an explanation.
All right. Okay. Slate will explain, of course, with a little bit of bias on his part, about the whole theft event, and you'll notice that far more paranoid than before. He's sitting pretty much constantly outside the warehouse with a loaded crossbow.
I had a feeling.
And he will explain what happened and how he gave them a fair warning. And now there is a dead troglodyte and a severe distrust between him and several other villagers and the troglodytes once more. So the three of you are going off to, I assume, go and try and confront some of the scouts.
Yes.
And Sirin and Ronia are going to go check in on Hollow. Karya, Chaiko, and Flick, I would like perception from you guys as you go off, and I'm assuming you're just going to go comb the edges of the village to see if you can find or see any of them.
Indeed.
And Karya, I assume you're trying to call them out.
Yes, I would.
And then Sirin, you and Ronia make your way up to the inn.
Oh,
Yep.
Beautiful. Roll one. And an actually,
The duality of man.
the duality of man.
Hey, I also got a 27.
Wow.
I was one off. Fuck.
Okay.
Damn.
Right. Okay, so Holo, as you're prying yourself lethargic from the infirmary's bed, which is more or less a cot. With Lolo, for the first time in a while, jumping down off your chest onto the floor. Her little back coat kind of fluttering a little bit as the air displaces it. You see Ronya step in, and behind her, an unbound Sirin. Looking... There's a flash of familiarity as you remember hazy, frosty eyes, and then you see you're back in the present. You see her eyes, now completely clear, like even still waters.
Still water.
Still water.
What?
Anyway, no, we do not talk about that, man.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about still water.
Did you see the messages I sent you, by the way?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So no knock, they just come in.
I mean, yeah, it's like where you are. You've got kind of a not a proper curtain or drape. It's more or less just the tarp that was used as part of the what do I call it? The stretcher that they used to bring you in has been used to give you some privacy. But you hear the front door open. The usual soft boots tapping against the floor that signals Ronya, and then somewhat heavier steps, and the familiar swish of Sirin's armored robe, the jingle of her own.
Not really look.
Yes, beyond the tarpaulin curtain, you will hear Sirin's voice.
Hold on, not really even looking at that direction. We'll say, he really pissed off Paka.
Yes. I awoke this morning, broken from the enchantment that was put on me, and I proceeded to severely and deeply apologize. But as Ronia and Parker and the others from our party stated, it wasn't my fault and I shouldn't feel sorry for myself. And Parker said so in a very angry manner, rightfully so, because he was upset that I felt so sorry for myself. And he was right to do so.
There's a chittering from Lolo at somewhat deeper chittering from Lolo at Hollow Hollow's side, which Hollow Hollow hears as, "We don't talk to anybody."
Yes, Parker appeared. Parker was just there in his normal fuzzy form, but then melted into ocean water, and the ocean water reformed as a young boy, similar to your appearance, Hollow Hollow, and stated whatever it is he wanted to say before reforming into seawater, and that was the end of it.
Hollow Hollow, you're hearing a barrage of invectives from Lolo as she's actually running circles here in the infirmary. She's kicking at cabinets, biting at furniture, and there's shouts of, "That stupid little shit broke the rules!"
Oh my, Lolo seems very upset. I'm sorry if you're also angry at me, Lolo. I understand. I
No,
don't blame you.
she's mad at Paka.
Oh. Is Parker in trouble?
He's in a fucking heap of trouble is what he is. If Mother doesn't fucking ream him, I don't know who will. That is... Ooh, I'm gonna bite the fuck out of him when he comes back, that stupid little boy.
Chomp.
I'm gonna shave him myself with my teeth.
She's just gonna look back at us. Hull's gonna look back at Sirin and say, "She's very angry right now."
Yes, it would seem so. But regardless, I've just come here to notify you that I have awoken. And if you'll allow me, I would, as a token of our friendship, I'd like to undo a bit of what I've done. And she'll reach out her hand and it'll start to glow with the similar hue of healing magic.
I would say you do notice this. You know how Holo Holo's hair is usually tied in, like, he has like two tails that run down his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them they each have these rings in them, and they each have two stingray barbs in them. You can see, as a precaution, he has fashioned once again two extra tails, but this time they're kind of around his neck, and within those tails are two of those stingray barbs. So if someone were to try to grab his neck, they would have to deal with that. Wouldn't kill him, but it would be hella fucking painful.
Yes, you see that Holo Holo has, using his hair and the barbs within, constructed a sort of anti-choking device.
I see.
Yes.
Or
Anti-choking.
anti-choking precaution.
Yeah.
Well, I see you fashioned yourself a good precaution against future attacks on your neck. That's very good. I'm, again, very sorry that this happened in the first place, but it won't happen again. I promise. I'm here to help and heal.
Lolo
Yeah,
looks
sure.
up. Lolo looks up to you, Holo, and says, "Tell her that's a dangerous promise to keep."
Haka broke the rules. How about you tell her yourself?
She looks at you with a look of incredulity. Says, the rules got broken. Just because he did doesn't mean I'm going to. Not for the sake of one message. Stop being insolent and tell her.
Holo, find back the urge to say for survival of the fittest.
I'm about to fit I'm gonna fit your ankle in my mouth in a second. Now fucking tell her.
She said, Paka says, or Lolo says, that's a very dangerous promise to keep.
It is. Well, perhaps I shouldn't promise it then, but to the best of my ability, I will not allow this to happen again.
Lolo gives a nod at that.
So, may I? Sirin still holding out her hand.
And then the hand goes around my neck. Joking. Yeah. Holo will nod.
And Sirin will approach to the side of Holo Holo's bed, place one hand on Lolo's head to pet her, and with her other hand, she will place it in the center of Holo Holo's chest and cast Cure Serious Wounds.
Okay.
I didn't hear the cure part, so I just heard serious wounds. I'm like, oh no!
Inflict. She's suddenly an
Cure.
evil cleric now.
Cure Serious
Evil
Wounds.
cleric. Evil. As you heal
Sirin.
11,
Sirin just pulls out a gun.
you heal 11 points of damage.
That's good, but quick question. With the whole day of rest, how much health did I regain?
That would have been your hit dice, so 5, plus your con mod times 2.
Okay, so 14. Okay. Thank you. I am now at 29 HP. Just 1 HP behind my max. Thank you, Siren. Very cool.
The flush of
You're
life
Welcome.
spreads through his body as the familiar, comforting, warm glow of your goddess's love emanates from your hand and into him and restores him back to good health.
I would recommend you move your hand before she bites you now.
And Sirin does so.
Lolo shakes her head and goes, "Not my son, I wouldn't fucking do that."
And then I'm gonna look at her and say the somewhat kind of serious voice in Kuplin, you know damn well that's a lie. You know why we're here.
She's not mine to bite. You are my responsibility. She isn't. And she's not a threat any longer. And if I'm going to grind my teeth down on something, it's not going to be meat. not nearly hard enough.
That's fair.
I didn't understand what Lolo said, but whatever she said, I agree. And
I,
Sirin is going to hop and skip out of the door to help with preparations.
Right, drama sorted. Only took 3 hours.
God.
And now it's time to see.
So, the perception rolls. You guys make your way out into the periphery around the village. You search around, try to find the traces of the scouting party. And indeed, there are remnants of a drag trail, bloody, from where Pristinian presumably dragged away the body where the trap went off. Search around. Frustratingly, there are no footprints. And despite your best efforts looking around, you don't see them. Could be that after the trap went off and one of them died, they retreated. And at the very least, a little bit, at least further removed than here.
Did they leave behind a trail of any kind?
Nope.
Damn.
Same effect from the first time you guys went looking out here for tracks. So, for magic or something else, they have left no tracks behind.
So they fell back and something definitely covered their traces.
Well, if they have...
Chaiko, being relatively magically capable, would know about the spell Pass Without Trace. I believe we actually hammered that. We cemented that last time we went over this. Is that whatever it is similar to the spell.
Yep, because I do remember you saying that exact spell.
Well,
I may not remember the context, but I remember at least you said that spell.
yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Pass Without Trace means you leave no tracks behind.
Yeah, of course I yawned. Well, if they're not here, can we at least reset the trap, I suppose?
Yes, you may.
Alright. Just reset the trap, and I guess I'll move it in a little bit. Just kind of near, keep it close, but I'll cover it up with snow again, and at the very least, it'll give us something again.
Alright. You have to be
As
very
he does
careful
that,
because those wyvern teeth are sharp.
Yeah.
As he does that, I'll keep an eye out just to make sure they aren't doubling back towards us.
Alright. You guys stay in guard? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Since I can't see jack squat, can I see if there's any magic about?
Detect magic? Sure.
Yeah. Let's just do simple cantrips. Just kind of wave it around, see what sticks, what doesn't.
There is a... What would it be?
I am the magically capable one, so I should at least do that.
Stupid new what do you call it? Function they put into the Chrome browser. Makes redoing old searches more of a hassle. There is a sort of a misty looking trace of illusion and abjuration magic. No, sorry, transmutation magic.
And transmutation, okay. So
you would know that Pass Without Trace is of the transmutation school.
Oh, I figured that would be illusion, but
apparently not.
So then, what's the illusion then?
Well, they did say before that they were unable to see the creatures, so it could be some form of invisibility.
Some sort of invisibility. Yeah.
Actually, with that in mind, can Vair smell them? Because they are nasty smelling, and he has the scent property.
And probably hanging around a village of troglodytes, you probably have that. They unfortunately have that smell imprinted in your nostrils. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Also, Pass Without Trace, the subject or subject of the spell do not leave footprints or a scent trail.
Damn.
Or
Oh,
second.
wow.
Worth a shot.
Unfortunate. So yes, that would cement this is in fact has without trace because this erased all trackable, like physical mundane traces.
Damn. Well, it appears as though they've
Yeah.
already left, and I expect them to return in greater number.
And Grim put it quite well. The transmutation aspect of Pass Without Trace is that it, as you step and you leave your footprints behind, the magic then undoes it and transmutes the ground back to its previous form.
Guess yeah, it would make sense. Looking at my selection of spells, nothing here helps me, so that's all I can do.
Okay. And with that, I'm going to wind things forward again a little quickly as preparations are done.
During this time, would have regained HP.
Yes, and now that your cleric is back in order, you all managed to heal back.
Good.
Nice.
Excellent.
Wonderful.
Time begins to move again. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, if they learned that.
Time keeps on slipping.
So,
Oh,
Into the
and I did
future.
take. Jesus. I did take con damage.
that would have
1
healed by
point of
now.
con damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
You heal 1 point per day.
Wasn't it
Gotcha.
Flash that caused con damage?
No, that was
No,
that was the
Link-
poison. The blue
Yeah,
wings.
poison. The blue beneath.
Hmm.
Yeah, the one that I yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the time begins to wind forward a bit more quickly. Preparations, honestly, for the most part, are done. Traps are laid. People are trained. And now folks are being subtly moved at Pristinian's suggestion. Another reason why he suggested not to tell people too quickly is because you guys have scouts apparently looking in from around the village and giving away that you guys know they're there. Might give away the game and rob you of any sort of surprise you might be able to get on them. At the very least, rob you of the chance to get more, to be more prepared when the attack comes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The time fast forwards a bit. Another day goes by. People are rested now. Preparations are ready. Potions have been handed out amongst the militia. Weapons have been made or maintained and repaired. And the village is about as ready as you guys can manage. But Decoy Village is also ready. Your little special forces group is armed and ready to go. Stenian is chomping at the bit to start executing all kinds of work. And Roscoe, for his part, spends one last afternoon conversing with his daughter and his wife before he, among others, hunker down and get ready to defend. You were saying that.
Oh. Mallory.
Yes.
You wanted to say something?
Yeah. I remember last session there was something about the learning the language for the Draconic.
Right, yeah. You were doing that with Karia.
Yeah.
Well, I did say that you've managed to understand it more over the given days. It's going to take a little bit longer than a couple weeks, I believe I said before. To probably learn a full language.
But I did specifically give Mallory a list of insults and threats in
Yes.
Draconic with pronunciation.
Phrases.
That would be easy enough to memorize. Later, if you have the skill points to spare, you can always put a rank in linguistics and learn Draconic that way.
Yeah.
But yes, you have memorized a list of invectives to hurl at Draconic opponents.
Awesome.
Good question. May I spend this last day doing what I do best, making potions?
Sure. What would you like to make?
2 potions in particular, and this is actually the thing I wanted to do with Vark. That I was gonna have Lolo go after him for.
Okay. We'll say,
Yeah.
for the sake of brevity, that happens. What is it you want Lark's help with?
I'm gonna make him 2 potions, just a nice like little character thing.
Okay.
Just two 3rd level potions.
Which ones?
I'm going to send you one of them because I want that to be a little bit of a surprise.
Okay.
But it'll be 1 potion of haste.
And one mystery potion.
Yes, and I'll send you what that is now.
Ooh, okay. Interesting. All right. That being done, the attack, as far as you guys understand, is soon to come. How do you guys not prepare, but how do you take position? Roscoe, for his part, has been preparing some of the more normal people and the less fighting-oriented folks to take up to go about their business as usual, but should the worst happen, either hole up with Slate in the warehouse, or move towards the center of the village where they will be less of a priority target.
Since I was hoping to organize a lot of the kind of like faux militia sort of, I'll have them take up positions at kind of key flanking points, and not necessarily focusing on one particular point. Or probably dividing them up so that they can cover a decent enough area without leaving too many flanks exposed.
I am curious what I can glean because of the conversation I had with the Warren Guard, and I did do a little write out of it. Have I gleaned anything more? I guess have I learned more of these troglodytes? Is there anything really to glean right now?
As it is, anything you might learn from them culture-wise will come in bits and pieces and drips and drabs. It's something that will take time to. It will take time to naturalize yourself among the troglodytes.
Oh, of course.
And to eventually sway them towards thinking more like you. Right now, you've learned everything big and key. You've learned about as much as from the troglodytes as you can. The village itself, the morale is in decent shape. People have warm, fresh food. They have plenty of rations when that's skinny. You have traps. You have trained fighters who aren't just old veterans. The village has hope. So, what are your battle stations?
I suppose I would be waiting at the first bridge, the main entrance, to meet the approaching enemy.
I will probably wait towards, I think, the fields back over here towards the bottom left.
Okay, position yourselves where you want to be.
Question.
Be over in this building.
Okay, check.
What are those? What are those exit circles in them?
Those are the massive, spike pit trapdoors.
Okay. What's this blue squiggle?
That is a glyph of warding that Sirin has placed.
Right. Okay. And the final question is: where is the assumed the frontal attack going to be coming from? Where do we think the main attack is going to come from?
Yeah, to my memory, it was this area, primarily one of these 2 entrances, possibly. I'm basically here so that I can meet them wherever they may be.
Okay. So. Okay, with that information, just wanna slide myself around here somewhere, inside someone's backyard.
Okay.
Oh, what's this little bit thing right here? Is that like a wood pile?
Like a trough for an animal.
What I hear is cover.
All right. Karya takes the front. Echo takes cover. Flick takes a backline position.
I would probably also ask like a small contingent of the militia to come with me as well, just to reinforce this particular flank, just in case.
Okay. You guys will, generally speaking, especially at the parts that are expected to be sieged, we'll have more of a contingent of people. Karya,
Yes.
you're gonna have a main force with you.
Mm-hmm.
These are the people that Flick has been working to drill. You're gonna have about, I want to say 2 squads, so about 20 people at your back. No, not 20. That's too much given the population. That would be spread them far too thin.
Probably
You're-
like 7.
You'd have like 7 or 8 people at your back. Second.
Can I prepare an action?
Sure.
Basically, just before the fight, before stuff starts to happen, can I prepare a mage armor?
Absolutely.
So yeah, it's okay. Yeah, so like once fight starts, so you know, once the metaphorical crap hits the fan, I can go, okay, bam.
Quick question: during those 4 days, would I have made those potions, or would I have made those potions today?
I'd say, well, we'll hand wave it. You've made those potions.
Okay. So what I'm asking is essentially, do I still have my 3rd level spell slots?
Yes.
Okay.
For all intents and purposes, unless you intend on doing something spell related today, you have all your resources.
Okay. Just making sure.
Okay. Let's go. Keep going in order. Sirin, where are you positioning yourself?
I think I would position myself. Okay, so there's Karya. There's the group of warding you said is that squiggly line, the blue one, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one you placed.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to be there by myself. I kind of want to be with people. Because I'm a support class. Can I? Yeah.
Good back, Kari up.
I see. We can't just all protect one entrance, though. We have to protect multiple.
I mean, no matter
You
what
know
you
what?
do, you're either gonna spread yourselves very thin, or you're gonna leave 1 or 2 entrances less guarded than the other.
Yeah. You know what? I am going to go back Karya up, assuming that we have strategically placed the villagers who can't defend themselves in an area that we can kind of keep an eye on, yeah?
Where is Vark?
He's next to you.
Well, I was gonna. No, Vair is next to him.
Yeah, Vair.
I'm gonna go person by person whenever it's solidified. So, Sirin is backing Kari up. Holo, where are you positioning yourself?
Interesting question. If I remember correctly, there's a body of water nearby, right?
There's a river.
And do we do know, have they been going from that direction sometime now, or?
You know they like to travel by river, or at least by water. They are aquatic reptiles.
Well, time to be a fucking shark, and I'm actually gonna go to the river.
Oh boy. Start placing some. crossbows. Oh. Uh, um, sorry about
Can
that.
and
Uh,
no, you're and is all right if I message you something? I want to potentially direct Pocket, or I keep on getting their names mixed, confused. Lolo. I have some form of an idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Contingent up there. Going to be hiding amongst the buildings. Interesting. You can try that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She's willing to attempt it. Right. Civilians down there. You got various named NPCs who are going to. Slate is in his warehouse. Ronya, Yanabel will be mostly huddled together. Roscow's going to be with his daughter. Both of them are going to have crossbows. Well, actually, his daughter has a longbow, actually. That aside, I won't go play by play, but you've got various other named NPCs also dotted around the village, helping to protect. You've also got your troglodytes helping. Okay. The Taskmaster. You've also got the other small troglodytes, and you've got the Warren Guard who will be defending the nest. Troglodytes will not be welcome on that side of town. However, Flick will have benefit of him. As well as a guards on his side. Sorry about the dead air, everybody. I'm just
No, you're all good. You're working things out.
It's also an apology to the folks watching.
Oh yeah.
I'm also keeping myself muted just in case the background noise of my AC is going.
Right. That's at Vark. Where?
Yes.
What are you doing?
I am currently, if you noticed where I am on the map by any chance, I'm currently located at this kind of T-shaped crossway. So I can overlook kind of both entrances into the village. Those being, obviously this one and this one. And I plan to move accordingly.
Okay. All right.
What time of day is it around?
Right now, it's around late afternoon.
Okay. We will be lingering in the shade of those trees there, silently observing.
All right. So, where in the river are you positioning yourself, Holly?
Is there anything? I guess like you could say like a faulty bridge or something.
I mean, there's
That
this
if
here.
yeah, I'll position myself around there.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
about to say there are pitfall traps over most these bridges. Yeah.
What would be a good emblem for this?
Literally a stonefish.
Let's do this. Show that you are currently underwater.
Mhm.
All right. Less activity means I have more time to peanut gallery. Ain't that the truth? Right. Okay. You all take up your positions. The attack has not commenced yet. It doesn't seem like it's going to commence for a bit. Others, like Yanabel and there is tension heavy in the air. Some of the folks come around, the civilians come around with food and water. So you all guard your positions and keep an eye out. And it is Shaiko that I'm going to ask for a perception check.
Oh boy, I'm good at those.
Don't worry.
Besides that, yeah, she breathed. You make me laugh. Watch this. Okay. I was expecting another that
Okay.
one.
Mm-hmm.
I was expecting another that one.
Shaiko, in your spot where you're hidden behind the trough, you're waiting for the first signs of movement or the first signs of an imminent attack. And it's not exactly what you're expecting, as in roughly that direction, which you know to be the rough direction of the Dryad's tree, you see a pillar of smoke rising into the air.
I
Fair
knew
enough.
it. I wanted to say something, but I didn't. I knew it.
Fair enough. Small idea.
Well, I run.
Run!
Yeah. I leave position.
Oh dear.
Actually, you look. No, hold on. Let's see what would the fox actually do. She decides to go. Then she'll stop. At the fence, she'll stop and go. She'll yell as loud as she can to. She can see probably Karya from here, yeah.
Hmm?
She can see Karya from
Oh
here,
yeah,
probably.
easily. 40-foot difference.
I
Yell.
positioned myself in the biggest place possible.
Well, yeah, it's more of from where I am.
You've
there might be a house
you've been
away.
here for a few hours. You know where each other are at this point.
Yeah.
All right. Karya! She yells. Look, the Dryad! She'll yell, the Dryad!
Oh. Are they attacking the Dryad?
You see a pillar
see
of smoke
smoke?
rising
Probably.
over the tree line.
Damn, I should have thought about that.
Yeah, we should have.
Oh god, I'm taking the fucking cart with me. I don't need that. Damn it.
Karya quickly gets in the fucking Hummer and drives it
Yeah.
through the struggle.
I didn't mean to do that. Fuck, I can't leave the village undefended.
Fuck me, either.
Shit. Who can I trust to go and deal with this? Would
Would I hear this?
Yeah, easily.
Presumably. Yeah, I yelled.
Uh, perhaps people who are better at defending something can stay, while the others who are better at aiding can go and help. I have
Dum,
things
dum, dum,
I can do depending
dum,
on how she's being
dum, dum.
attacked.
You hear a drum beat begin to rise out from the forest.
Are
Fuck.
they all coming that way? Is the
Ah.
question. Fine, fuck it. Sirin, you're more needed here, and I'll go ahead and
The drum
grab
beat
Chaiko.
is getting closer.
Is it coming through the forest? As you
Coming through
said.
the forest, yes.
I'll kind of grab Chaiko by the nape of her robe and yank her over the fence. Just
She's gonna break character and go, fuck it, stop. We can't. We gotta stay here to dry up. We gotta stay here. We gotta protect the village. Aiko's sweet voice is now gone. She is stressed.
we will check on them as soon as the battle is done. Perhaps
Agreed.
Mallory may be able to send her hawk, get something.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Fuck, where's Mallory?
Where is Mallory?
Where's Mallory?
I don't see Mallory anywhere.
I don't think you guys would even know where Holo Holo is.
Yeah, Holo's missing.
Yeah, that's a good question. Where is Mallory?
You know, we should have
Well-
discussed our stations beforehand so we would know where to find each other.
Well,
That's what
we
I did.
Yeah, that's what we did.
No,
I, mean,
yeah, but
I think I might have
I
glossed
like-
over Mallory, unfortunately. Mallory, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Where are you currently?
Well, since we were preparing for the attack, Mallory's at the proxy village.
All right.
Yeah, the decoy village.
Uh-oh.
I totally have a map for that.
Yeah.
It-
And he has his
it's-
bird and he has his horse as well.
Hey, Quest.
Yes.
Just copy this map so you have your fake village.
That's true.
It would not have been able to be the same size as this. If anything, what
Fair
Mallory
enough.
was going for wasn't a perfect copy. It was a decoy to look like the village may have at least partially migrated away from this village.
Yeah.
to
Something
draw
that
the
looks
attack.
functional,
Hmm.
but isn't.
Yes. We'll get to that at a different point. So being rebuffed by, I suppose, Chi now, or whichever incarnation she is currently in, the drumming is growing closer, and the pillar of smoke is being accompanied by the shine of golden light over the basin against the darkening blue sky. And the drumming, whether by intention or otherwise, sounds like it's coming from not just the direction of the fire, but all around you. Could be a trick, could be the reality, but what the drums say is that you guys are surrounded.
Mm.
They draw closer.
Kari,
Closer.
go back to your position.
Yeah.
Fire is rising in the distance. The drumming stops. Silence dominates the air.
Sirin casts premonition on herself.
Okay.
I cast Mage Armor. So...
I'm keeping the potion of the void near me.
You're welcome. I hope you use it. Go sicko mode.
Yeah, go sicko mode.
That's fine, lunch, rat. Say the words, Remy. You know the words you want to hear.
Not yet. Not yet. Karya, can I get a perception from you?
You can, and I would also like to note that I've got the glaive stationed in front of me, planted firmly in ahead. But 24.
Since you are a chieftain, to have at least decent contingent. troglodytes attacking you. All looking very nervous.
I will turn to them at this point. Remember, this is your home. If you would fight for it, if you deserve it, then you should die for it. But no one will die this day.
In the words of a very famous admiral, this is your home. Do not let it fall.
Arya,
Yes.
there's no bird song.
Mm.
Where there were previously perhaps animals slowly migrating their way back into the area around the village, and the sound of insects and birds that heralded the potential onset of spring are now completely gone.
They're here.
It will quietly inform her he's continued to be steady, to be ready, whatever comes.
Aiko scans the areas fervently as she can. I will say this though, I'm curious how fun this will be to DM with all these units about all the
Yeah.
crazy.
The village on its own will be taking its initiative turn, so as
Okay.
to limit the amount of rolling and individual pieces I'm going to, as well as keeping track of all, like, a bunch of different people.
Absolutely.
And the troglodytes will have their own. Arya, they're
It's
here,
fallen silent. Yes,
but it's
they are
completely
here.
silent.
At this point, I would have not using his breath weapon, but I would, if at all possible, can Vair have a little like ember attack on the ground just to illuminate?
He can. He can let
Yeah.
loose a small.
In doing so, I'd like the purple flame to stand before him just to place the glaive to it so that it's illuminated properly, because it's dark. And taking a moment, he'll stand with Vair at his side and go, Lohid! Halt! You are here for a raid. But this was an order given to you by a weak and failed chief. No longer do you listen. No longer do you serve him. You, noble warriors, you no longer serve him. You serve me. There are those who claim contention to this crown. And if you swear loyalty to them, you will die. I grant you one option. Lay your weapons down. Stand and kneel before me. Vataka!
Damn.
I would like an intimidate check.
That I can do. 35.
Wow.
Very nice.
Holy hell!
Stab him while he's monologuing.
That's one way to go about it.
That is
Holy
true.
fuck, that's a high intimidate. Holy
Mhm.
shit.
High bonus.
Well,
I
There's
roll.
a distinct stirring in the air as your words smash through the tree branches and the still air like a hammer. The way the wind blows feels like discontentment or unsurety or fear. Then the wind shifts again. It carries with it something horrible and brutish. Here, come booming over the canopy. The sick fledgling demands I kneel. You were right. The chieftain was weak. And clearly, if the badge of office ended in your hand, he obviously was not fit for his post. But that simply means it's up for grabs. You deceive yourself into thinking you are chieftain. You are wrong. You're just holding that for me. As there's a new shift in the wind, and it brings with it hostility. All around you, you hear branches snapping. And it continues. You think that because you have some sickly looking scales glued to your skin, that somehow gives you a right to command dominion over us simply because you killed an aging old man. I will tell you, fledgling, you are no more a king to us than that dog by your side is a dragon. You are not Zolgath, and the fact that you delude yourself into thinking that perhaps you could even measure up to us is the height of hubris. Maybe if he was so sick and close to death, such as that you could kill him, I should have made my move sooner.
But your cowardice failed you! Your champion fell to me!
Cowardice! Cowardice! Says the human. You push into our lands, fell our woods, build your little rickety houses, hide away in your homes, and call us cowards. We are not cowards. You are simply prey. There was no failure on my part. The champion was doomed to die eventually.
Yet you made no moves.
If
you waited.
If you knew anything about what it was to be a hunter, you would know that it's all about waiting for the right opportunity. And that's when an axe comes sailing out of the tree line right at you.
Whoop.
How about that? All very dramatic.
All very dramatic. The dice falls. What?
That sounds like a crit.
Yeah.
Not a crit, but a very solid hit. As the obsidian throwing axe slams into your body for a total of, what is his strength bonus?
Obsidian? Ooh boy, that's dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And it should also break.
Volcanic gland.
Specifically, obsidian and flint weapons have the fragile property where if on a natural one, they break automatically. What's his strength bonus? as you take 16 damage,
Ouch.
and you now have a
Ow.
large, I mean big axe, like something you would wield as a normal weapon, potentially, that has embedded itself into your shoulder and then slips free of the wound, leaving a burning sensation. Roll initiative.
Good.
Ah,
Here we go.
Oh boy, oh man, this is gonna be something. All of us, you want all of us to roll initiative, or just Karya?
Everybody, because the attack has begun.
And Vair.
Oh, nice.
hey,
Oh, shit.
and I got the same initiative.
Where is initiative? Somewhere around here.
Also, I'll have you know, I'm Gladiator soundtrack in the background.
Holy
Ooh,
shit! I rolled a decent initiative for once.
I didn't. Yeah, I knew it.
No, Jacob.
Another one. Oh no.
Oh
Are you thinking
no!
about, Jack, are you thinking about that wooden waifu of yours again?
Oh dear.
Murder.
For the villagers, I'm going to use this token as the village's initiative. All NPCs will act on that initiative. Set that at... Okay. Why is Hollow Hollow there twice?
Why is he
Take
there
that.
twice?
Oh, Holo's just there once for me.
Yeah,
Yep,
he's just there
same
once
here.
for me too.
Actually, yeah, that is weird. He is just there once. Huh.
oh, I can see.
It's
I can see
his
initiatives on
duplicate.
other maps. That's what it is.
It's
Oh.
Paka.
Oh.
It's Paka come back.
He has returned.
Oh,
He's come back and he's pissed.
But Paka is obeying the plan, though, right? Or at least she's
Yes.
Lolo is,
Um,
yes.
or Lala, yeah, Lala. I keep fucking forgetting the names.
As Grim said in chat, hey Karya, free axe.
That is right. You do have a free weapon now.
That's true.
Dual wield.
So can we roll my initiative, please? No.
No. Suffer.
No.
Wallow in fear. Right. So the attack has commenced as an axe sails from the woodland, and there is a resounding from the forest all around as the attack is now underway. In the wood, there is more cracking, now heavy footsteps coming through as the invisibility that obviously affects these creatures does nothing to mask the sound. Pass Without Trace does not either. As he speaks and says, I heard about your little attack on our home, pitiful affair that it was. I even heard about how our champion had to sandbag to give you a chance. I can't even believe you think you're an actual threat. This dying village will use you as its head marker and tombstone. I'll be sure to engrave your words on it. As another axe comes flying out from the woods.
Hey, Akaria, look, another axe.
Cool.
Catch it.
Hey, catch. Let's see, what's their AC?
It's only a 23,
Oh,
which sounds good on paper, but it's really not, apparently.
and not against bosses. Bosses tend to have a ridiculous to hit. Yeah. Another axe comes flying out, this time smacking home for 7 damage, as this axe doesn't quite get you across the shoulder, but more hits you in the abdomen. It doesn't dig quite deep, it more bounces and leaves a gash.
Hit a skull patch. But like that.
Yeah. And you hear tromp, tromp, tromp in the woods. Do. Do, 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 do. That. And right. start things off right. Holo, it is your turn.
To go into pocket real quick, has she started running or anything like that yet?
Lolo, you mean?
Yeah, Lola. God damn it.
Lolo, for her part, has started darting up this path here.
Mm-hmm. And me being at essentially the bottom of the river, I can't really see anything. So I'm gonna
No,
just
but you do get an empathic feeling of danger.
Danger, run. I did cast I did message you, I did cast a slipstream on her.
Yes, you did.
So she is past it.
Nightmare.
Nightmare.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm going to essentially hold my action for when I see some little troglodyte boys come into the water. I'm gonna cast a spell, and I'll send you that spell.
Okay. Gotcha. Going over technology. Like, holding that spell. And Sirin, you just watched Karya get one-twoed with a pair of thrown axes coming out of the tree line. I will say, for the sake of so that you guys know what direction it's coming from, the axes came out from this direction.
Okay.
Hmm.
I see. Okay. So just to get my bearings, because I have to ask, does Karya seem bloodied?
I can just tell you. Well, actually, I'm one off from it. No, I am. I'm actually at half health.
Oof. Yeah, no, those axes were brutal and obviously thrown by very strong arms.
So here's what I'm gonna do.
One second. Mosquitoes and midges were starting to make their way in.
Makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
Yucky boys.
Mosquitoes and mages, did you say?
Midges.
Midges.
Oh.
The mages are coming.
The midges are coming and they're here to suck my blood.
I heard mages. I was like, mosquitoes? Okay, mages. Randy, you got.
The majors are here to. The majors are here to force you to read.
Yeah, the rival sorcerers of Quest Fun Faustus are here.
The
to attack.
Midge Association. Anyway, so Sirin,
Yeah.
what were you saying? You were asking if he was hurt. I assume you are considering healing him?
I'm considering it, although there are multiple ways to protect someone. I'm gonna go with my original plan for now, which is to cast Summon Monster at
All right.
3rd level.
What are you summoning?
And I'm summoning. Well, I'm opting for the choice to summon 1d3 second level creatures. If I read through the spell multiple times. I don't know how to word it, but there's an option there where you can summon different levels, and then the higher level, the less amount you can summon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with the second, so I wish to summon 1d3 small air elementals
Okay.
in front of Karya and Vair.
Small arrow. Okay.
And I'm gonna roll that 1d3. A 2. Okay. Not bad. Not great, but not bad.
Not great, not terrible.
Yeah. And Siren's gonna say, "May the wind aid us," and she's gonna summon those two, just in front of Karya and Vair, kind of blocking them to where You know, if someone wants to come and attack them, they gotta go through these two first. Granted, they are small, but
Mm-hmm.
it's more to their ranks.
Trying to find a good token for it. That works.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's on the GM layer. As you summon 2 air elementals to help guard Kari and Vair.
Yes.
That'll be your turn, I believe.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually gonna just use my movement to part a little bit away from the group because, from my experience in D&D, it's not gonna be too grouped up together. So I'm just gonna move.
All right.
There.
Okay. It is Flick's turn.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Would I be able to use my turn to inform like my surrounding contingent to hold their fire until some enemies come through, like say
Yeah, you can give them an order to
here-ish.
hold.
Yeah, basically
Yes,
ready.
yes. I'll give them an order to ready in action to prepare to shoot them as they come about here-ish or here through. I think that's a cemetery. If they come,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. So if they come through the tree line, this little field, or the cemetery, to then fire.
Gotcha. All right.
That'll basically be it, since there's none coming this way yet.
Okay. Arya.
Yes. Well, I can't see them, correct? That's
Give me a perception.
Yeah.
If you're lucky, this is the first kind of invisibility, and it breaks with attacks.
25.
5. You see, stalking through the tree line, just about to break it. Second.
Okay.
Look at this motherfucker.
Guys, he has no weapons anymore. He threw both axes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
true. He only had
Yeah.
2
Oh yeah, no, he's totally
Kick him
harmless
in the
now.
nuts.
Yep.
He's completely
Kick him in
harmless.
the nuts.
Please go
He's only
wild.
unarmed attacks.
This look like really weird mock weedles.
Nah, I'm not quite Mach-Heatles. They're
Yeah,
Honestly.
Yeah,
a
that's what I said,
sword.
really
Those are
weird.
axes more so.
Yeah.
So yes, you managed to spot him just about to spring from the tree line.
I'll shout out a quick warning to Chico. You know, just on your right. And then
And I assume, yeah, I see him now. Yeah.
Yep. You've been given warning. You look. Actually, no. Give me perception because he is himself hiding. Though with a
Oh,
+4 circumstantial bonus, thanks to Karya's warning.
I closed my shield on accident. Tee. +4 you said, yeah?
Yep.
My perception. Go forward there real quick. Bonk. Move that.
Today really isn't your day, huh?
Unfortunately,
No.
even with his direction, you're not able to see him. If he's there, he's too well hidden.
oh my god. That's a 10.
Nope, that's what's +4 in it.
Oh.
No, it's not.
No, it's
plus
no,
four-
it's not. That'd be a 10.
Yeah, so I thought I did that right. Oh well, it really matters. Should be a 10 then.
Well, he won't accept the challenge, and I'm injured, and frankly, if I had some healing, I might go in, but right now I don't know if I can.
Potion time. No,
I've got you next turn, don't
they're gonna be a next turn.
you?
Well, the question is, I can't really... Do I see any of the other ones? Did my intimidation seem to set them off at all?
Don't know. You can't see him.
True, I don't see any of them. You know what? Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. I need to see how far away he is. Oh, I can make that.
Whoops, that has a component. Whoopsies.
I will turn back to the others and go, he is a coward! He skulks in the shadows and he hides! He will not accept the challenge of a fair fight. So we will mow him down! And I'll point to where he is and then move charging, demanding a charge. And Vair can kind of go here with a flank. Yeah, I'm trying to. It won't sync up properly. But would this count as flanking?
Wait, if you were charging, you would not have been. Vair would not have been able to do that.
Oh no!
Straight
I'm
line.
not making. I need to confer. I meant charge as in not the action because I don't have anything.
Approach enemy fast.
Yeah, yeah. I'm approaching the enemy fast, but I'm not actually doing the charge action.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you know what's funny?
What's
As
that?
I realized, my 4 initiative should be a boon, because after you attack them, I can see you. I should be able to find out where that fucker is.
Yes, and I'm having Vair flank.
Plus 4 initiative, baby. A boon all along.
Oh my god, you have an 8 initiative.
No.
Alright.
This is 4.
You've moved your
And-
movement. Would you like to attack?
Yep, I will go ahead and have Vair go ahead and he'll just immediately throw out one of his breath attacks, so... Eddie. Trying to pull it up. I always have trouble finding it at the start, but, sorry. I'll just make Karya's attack first then, with a +3, because of my thing. That is a nat 20 with a confirmed crit. That is 70.
Oh,
Holy shit!
Jesus Christ!
1 second. Is it a confirmed crit?
It confirmed with a 28.
Does it?
Because there is a +3 on that, yes.
He's making it mysterious whether or not 28.
Oh,
hits the
I apologize. I thought when it said
Yeah, that 20 will hit automatically, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the crit confirms.
No, I know. I got confused because I saw crit confirm next to it, and I was like, oh, it just automatically did that, not really making sense of the fact that that makes no sense.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, that's what I thought too. Because I see 30 and then underneath 25 crit confirm. So I assumed that because of the
That's the
30,
roll
it
to
automatically
confirm the
rolled
crit.
again.
It rolls the
I
damage.
see.
It rolls the damage regardless, just in case it does confirm.
Does it confirm?
Oh.
I hope so, because that's a 28, and it's my first crit ever in this game.
Oh, it's not.
My first crit attack it is.
Oh.
I've never successfully landed... No, I've never landed a crit attack on an enemy that's been confirmed.
I sworn.
I think
by-
that's-
at least by now
Nope.
you would have.
No, I haven't. I have never rolled a crit in
Wow.
this game.
Question: how does confirming crit work
Hey,
again?
Matt.
Yeah.
What was that? Checo? What was
Heavy
that?
go first. Heavy go first.
Hey, Matt. That's you in Tavern Menu, essentially.
My question: how do you confirm a crit again?
If you roll
Once
a
you
critical,
roll-
you then have to roll your 20 again. Your d20 again to see if you would. If you meet the AC again with that roll, that confirms the critical.
Meet the AC. Okay.
Yeah, and I did
You
also...
basically have to hit
Oh.
twice.
Oh,
Okay.
in a row, yeah.
So does a crit confirm then?
One second, I gotta roll something.
Oh, actually, I just realized with the flanking bonus, that would actually increase it up to a 30.
Oh, shit. But regardless of that looking tavern menu, this is Karya right now.
Yeah, I know I saw. And I guess I'd be. Yeah, it's right here.
And Karya, the man to be the worthy enough to be both chief and champion at the same time.
Just need to make sure of one thing.
Also, doesn't he need to make a con save as well because of the petrification?
Yes, he would have to make. So he has to make.
If he
several
chooses to
saves.
discharge that, because he gets 1 use of that per day.
Yes,
Oh.
and I do I get to confirm that whenever is the question? Because
I mean, you do it as a command word on a successful hit. Which,
Then, yeah,
whether or not
I'm
this
gonna
confirms or not, it is a successful hit.
Okay, perfect. I may as well just go ahead and make them do that. So they need to make first a reflex save to see if they can dodge Vair's psychic breath. And then they need to make a fortitude save.
Nat 20 on the will save, or the reflex save,
I figured as much.
and succeeds on the fortitude. Sorry.
I also figured. That's okay. I did 70 damage. I'm okay with that. Yeah, and before the charge, Karya would have probably yanked the axe out of his shoulder, thrown it to the ground, made his declaration of attack, and then rushed him down with a quick flurry and just slashed, gashing into him.
With a mighty hew, you bring the glaive down in an overhead strike that cleaves into his shoulder, and as you're sure it's going to go right through his organs, the hand comes up and grabs it, stops it short, and you're face to face with this humongous troglodyte that easily outsizes the champion that you fought. Now that you're right up in his face, the smell is nauseous. First of all, I would like a fortitude saving throw.
From the smell alone.
Yeah, no, troglodytes have a stench ability that makes if you get close to them, you fail a fort save, you get nauseous.
Mm-hmm. How close do I have to be? Because I am back the 10 feet. I mean, I assume I still have to, and I will.
That's the order. The aura is 10 feet.
Let's give it a shot. Oh God, fuck. Well, I guess the duality.
Nauseous.
That's okay.
How long does that nauseous last?
Nauseated. What do you call it? It is actually rolling. Just for 1 round. You are nauseated. That means you can't unable to attack, cast spells, concentrate on spells, or do anything else requiring attention. The only action such a character can take is a single move action per turn.
I see.
Same for I would also like a fort save from Vair, as he has to enjoy the same thing.
You smell like ass, homie. Bottom text.
Let's see. It was a fortitude save. I need to find that on the sheet. Things are a little mixed around. Let's 14.
Also does not succeed, so he is nauseated as well. His hand comes up to stop your glaive short, as if you were sure this was going to cleanly cut this guy in half. But the hand comes up, stops it, and he's snout to face with you, as with a growl he says, "The fact that you think you can use this is an insult alone." And, Vark.
Oh, I did have one last thing before my turn popped.
Mm-hmm.
I have a bonus action still.
Swift action.
Does it take... Yeah, it's a swift action. Does it take a swift action to down a potion?
No. It's a standard action. Swift
Okay.
action requires a trait that Vark has.
Ah, okay. I was curious. Okay, then I cannot do anything else. That is my turn.
I know what you want to do, Matt. I know what you.
Vark, it is
Just
your
remember
turn.
you're nauseated and you can't concentrate on
I
it.
heard. Just letting them finish talking. There has been no sighting of lizard folk over in my area, correct?
Nope.
As of right now?
There's what sounds like the beginnings of shouting and battle off to the east. But besides that, no
ma'am.
other signs.
Something else, okay. You mentioned the previous not the shouting from battle that now erupts from the east, but before that you mentioned that the lizard folk in the trees shouted from all around. Is that correct?
There was a war cry all around. Yes.
Okay. Now, I would love to actually shout in real life, but over here in Germany it is past midnight and I live with elderly people in this apartment building, so I cannot.
That would be being very
inconsiderate.
No, you're being very considerate by not doing so as well. I wanted to say.
Yes, very true. It would be inconsiderate to yell, but yes. Having said that, Varg will yell. Citizens of Strasbourg, you have braved weather and beast to come here and stomp this village out of the ground. Now these beasts try to take it. Will you let them?
I would like a diplomacy check, as you are trying to give them a morale boost.
Moment. 17.
From what you can tell, your words... The people are a little bit shaken after the onslaught of the attack. To say they were ready for the attack isn't entirely true. But you do see a little bit of resolution settle in the eyes of some of the people here. Some of the folks with Flick glance back at you, nod, and steel themselves for the onslaught.
There are wild animals breathing at your door. Let's go kill them!
Hey.
Alright, is that your action?
I am moving down the road westwards.
Okay. Alright.
Assuming that this was a standard action to do the morale boost, this was my move. Otherwise, I'll move another 30 feet.
Yeah, that would be it. You spent a decent chunk of time riling though, and some of the people over here just kind of give a not an oorah, but sort of they set their shoulders, they ready their weapons.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I heard you protest, Frey.
Hey.
Varg was never okay with the whole adopt the lizard folk thing.
Oh, I know.
Speaking of wild animals, there's Varg at your feet. I'm doing this because of style points. The snow has been slowly thawing, which means there's been something of a trouble of muddy roads and puddles gathering. By your foot, you see one of the puddles that was previously laying still begin to ripple.
Okay.
And then it begins to ripple quickly. As you then hear the sound of what you think might be thunder in the distance, accompanied by the crack and crash of trees being demolished, and then the bellowous roar of an elephantine screech.
Okay.
Oh.
Where the fuck did this come from?
Yeah. You wanna?
The trumpet call of mammoths resonates over the air as they as a herd come crashing through that door in that building.
What?
All right.
I was gonna say,
no,
damn, it's Hollow
is
Hollow's mom, but what the fuck?
And then
Wait,
Vark,
You have
negative
more problems
perception.
to worry about than
I
my mom.
kid.
Absolutely.
is he back?
That'd be fucking amazing if you were. Oh, wow,
Yes.
okay.
Very good.
Oh.
As I'm gonna make sure that the peanut gallery can see this well enough. Your shadow spawn. He's basically subhuman too, right? Oh boy, man. Cam, you're being vicious.
Ow.
Cam called you a vicious, dirty shadow spawn, man.
That's alright.
Wow.
Hey, he's right.
on the ridge atop the area.
Okay. Ah. Our friend.
Oh,
We're killing him. By the way.
Hmm.
God
You
damn,
may
I
most
knew
certainly
it was
try.
back.
As the men here panic as one of the houses is just demolished as this small herd of woolly mammoths completely, or as they're typically, or more scientifically known, mastodons, just steamroll that house and break the, and threaten to cut them off from the rest of the village. But also potentially overrun the warehouse, as they seem to be being shepherded in that direction. That'll be their turn. Next up,
He's back.
he is back, yes. After zooming
One
for the
problem after another.
To quote 30 Seconds to Mars, this is war. I made the most cringy
Right.
reference I could on purpose. Please.
Oh, God.
To the right, to the left, you'll be stabbed, to the death.
Probably.
I'll have you know, I'm still playing the Gladiator soundtrack in the background on my end.
That's fair.
It's the perfect moment.
And I hope AC holds out, my dude.
You mean air conditioner, right? Air conditioner, right?
As javelins fly from thin air, and knives come out of nowhere, as invisibility breaks. And I get to roll a bunch of stats.
Oh yeah, you have some friends.
Oh, good. They didn't listen. Man, I was really hoping that 35 Intimidate would do something.
But yes, maybe it has something to do with their leader. Who knows? Stabby, 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 stabby. Vair's
probably die
AC
here.
is
20. Wait,
see.
I think it just upgraded. 22.
22 and 23. Stab, 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 stab. Vair takes 4 HP as flint knives dig between his scales, and as a group they begin slashing and stabbing at the young dragon. The other ones have a go at you. Round like this. This one decided to go there. As they stab and stab too, as you end up taking an additional 5 HP in damage.
Ouch.
One good knife gets in there and gets at you. Now the javelins. One gets you. As you take 4 damage from the javelin that hits
Ow.
you in the shoulder, getting in that wound that was left behind by the axe.
Ow.
How indeed. It is the village's turn.
This would be a two-pronged attack.
Mm-hmm. Two-pronged attack. Also, in the distance, you do hear the occasional squawking scream as traps go off.
Good.
Good. Those three-pronged attack.
Following by Mallory, like laughing like a maniacal fucking lord or something like that.
Yeah.
I still don't see Mallory on the
He's
map.
not on the map. He's not
Right,
here.
right.
Mallory, for his part, is going to take a backseat for a little bit, unfortunately. At least for this session.
We need you.
As Mallory's position has also come under attack.
You fool! He's helping us, man.
As the militia snaps to, and they join Karya in the attack. They stride forth. They to support him. So these guys, taking up the rear line, going to start taking pot shots. These guys are going to move as a contingent, get ready to start flanking.
Somebody get Roscoe's crossbow. Please.
I think he's all.
No, that was my crossbow, funnily enough.
He did
We
take
just
one
see
of the
Roscoe
ones
duel.
you offered him. These guys, as a group, single out this this stray troglodyte and hack him to pieces. And manage to score a good hit on this one as well. Moving
I
over.
have cleave.
Seeing the commotion starting over there, these guys will begin making their way over to deal with the mastodons. Each other up, staying close. And these guys are going to turn around and face their assailants. Putting to use the age-old caveman tactics of get it close to it, get as many people around it, and hit it till it dies.
Yes, the old Neanderthal tactic.
Hey, it works.
The Ooga
Let's hope we
Booga.
drink a lot of milk.
And I hope milk makes a difference. As they turn around and face their assailants. Firing, and shooting and stabbing. Vark, you see as they manage to, at the very least, heavily wound this one.
Okay.
Flick, your contingent sees no movement on your lines. And we move to Aiko.
Fire, burn, cast spell.
Oh boy.
Please don't blow up Vair.
No, it's a single target.
Fortitude and Reef. Succeeds on the Fortitude save. Roll your damage.
Didn't it?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you did roll it. Yes. Well. So the licks of flame burst into life across his scales and leave singe marks, but otherwise do not seem to have severely hindered him in any way. It's left burns, but from what it seems like, nothing lasting.
I think.
It's
No,
tough. He's a tough fucker.
what's it called? What? No, wait. Yeah. Preparing spells on this sheet is weird and unintuitive, in my opinion.
A little
so
bit,
I have to
yeah.
work with that. But I'm making it work.
As long as you know what your status is on your various spells.
Yeah, they're all here. What's the hardest part is keeping track of how many spells I have, because for some reason it doesn't keep track of how many spell slots you have and your prepared spells. They're kind of combined for some reason.
Strange. All right.
So I have to. Anyways,
It is the raid leader's turn. As stepping forward. Cowardice, bravery, you understand nothing, and that's why you will never be a chieftain. As
He'll probably kill me here, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
If I get hit.
Perhaps. The DC to demoralize you is 10 plus your hit dice plus, what was it? Demoralize. Intimidate there. Demoralize opponent. 10 plus hit dice plus wisdom modifier. What is your wisdom modifier?
My wisdom modifier is a 2.
So
My
your
wisdom-
your DC to be intimidated is a 16.
Yeah, it's...
That's why. Okay.
Wait, it's 10 plus hit die plus... Yeah, that's correct.
As he gets a total of 36.
Oh,
Mirroring your own impressive intimidation check, but he also, as I at one point alluded to in the altercation between Chaiko and the monster, size makes a difference when it comes to intimidation.
Sure does.
So he gets a +4 bonus due to size difference. You get a -4 due to size difference. As you are now demoralized on top of that, you actually... if you exceed the DC to demoralize a target by at least 10, it is frightened and shaken thereafter. Make me a will save. Yeah, make me a will save. Yes. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Sorry, I'm going over the rules again.
24.
So, 4. So you are not frightened, but you are shaken.
Mm.
As
You are shooketh.
shaken.
Shooketh.
So for the next however many rounds, you take a -2 on pretty much all your checks.
Mm. How long does that last?
Check. Opponent. Taken for 1 round. The duration increases by 1 round for every 5 which you beat the DC. Which he beat it by 20, which means 5 rounds.
5 rounds of shaken. Okay.
As he claps back with a taste of your medicine and intimidates you, followed swiftly by a right hook from his unarmed hand that then grabs you and says, what do you call it? Well, grapple check that will succeed as one meaty hand closes around you. For the first time, not only something that was bigger and nastier than you, but something that is outright set to terrify you and unfortunately is succeeding. Screams in your face to the tune of, "You would put yourself as chief. I laugh in your face. You know nothing about what it means to be Zolgath, and you could never measure up as a leader. You are pathetic!" As the other hand comes around. And crits.
Fun.
Get fisted, wait.
Wait, he can intimidate and grapple and attack?
He has a thing.
Hey, did you ever refill that cloak?
There are feats and class features that make intimidating, moves, swift action, whatever. Free
Yeah.
action comes even.
Did we ever refill that cloak?
I was never told he did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I thought.
nope.
I'm gonna be honest. I was under the impression it came back after a long rest.
No, you fill it
Yes, maybe-
yourself with your HP.
I do remember we brought that up actually.
Did we?
Yes, it was when we first came back to town from the caves. We were talking about basically restocking potions and stuff, and the shawl also came up. I remember that.
For the sake of grace, I will say allow it.
Thanks.
For no other reason, the fact that you are really going to do it. As the hand comes around and caves your face in for a whopping 16 damage, lethal.
Oh, I have 1 health.
Now you kneel! As he then, with his grabbing hand, that takes you by the back of the nape of your neck and pushes you to your knees. As the strike then allows him to get an extra intimidation check.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
And he rolls a
do the
natural
will.
20.
Ooh.
Jesus.
I would like another will save from you, please.
Yeah, 26. I got a nat 20 as
Counter
well.
nat 20.
Very good. This does,
I'm
however,
finally rolling good.
this stops you from being panicked. You are instead frightened. Panicked would require you to run and flee away from the danger. Frightened. Oh no, frightened creature must flee from the source of its fear as best it can. If unable to flee, it may fight. A frightened creature may take it's 2. So yes, panicked is where you really gotta worry. It drops everything it holds and flees at top speed. The source of its fear. As this guy has, with a bare fist, managed to bring you close to the brink of death and is now in your face, screaming, Va-ta-ka!
God damn.
Kari just starts crying.
And with that, we will pick up next week. Or actually, considering we might be skipping next week due to people, moving. In fact, 2 people moving within the same week. I think we'll be going the next week over.
All right.
So
Nice.
yeah, we get to
Discussion.
leave off on that cliffhanger for an entire week, or 2 weeks.
Wow.
I hate it here, bro. Damn.
Holy shit.
Good. Can somebody heal me, please, for the love of God?
Just don't worry. I'm writing down notes as we speak so I don't forget what to do next time.
Note to self, don't let Karya die.
I actually rolled
What?
minimum damage on my crit. I'm really sad.
You did?
Well, actually, no. I rolled. So on the initial damage, because
The initial damage you rolled minimum. On the crit, you rolled pretty damn well, all things considered.
Yeah, I
How
rolled.
did it come
yeah,
out to 70?
It is a
took-
×3 modifier on the
It's a
weapon.
Oh,
Yep,
yeah, that makes
it's
sense.
a ×3 modifier, and I do have
Right,
a
'cause
plus
it's a horse
17 to hit.
chopper.
Yeah, and with the power attack, it is a plus 17 to hit. And to damage.
Hmm.
So it just
Triple that, and it comes out real
tripled that.
nasty.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
my first crit. I haven't rolled a crit once.
Well, now you do. He's not happy.
No, I understand. I tried to
that?
cleave his arm off.
He was like, damn, that actually hurt a little bit. Fuck you!
Mhm.
Fucking asshole.
Oh, wait.
Fucking
so did
asshole
that
coming in
70
here,
hit?
taking our gerbs, taking our land, and you come in here calling us cowards. Fuck you.
Wait, did that 70 hit?
It did.
How do you know?
Yes, the 70 did. Well, because it was confirmed. You confirmed it.
Did I?
I was
No,
scared. I
I'm
thought it wasn't
I'm
confirmed.
because as Randy said, as you were going to cleave through him, he caught it.
That is
Yes, but I can say, well, then we're not gonna win because he has over 30 AC.
Well,
Oh,
it's
Well, shit.
I will say, for to help elucidate a little bit, it's not because he has 30 AC. He actually doesn't have that amazing of an AC. What he does have is barbarian
Something
class
like that.
features.
So it did.
So did
Some
he
barbarians get
nullify the crit?
some barbarians eventually get something that is equivalent to the magical armor enchantment called fortification.
Crit negation.
That sucks, and I hate
25,
everything.
50, or 75% crit negation. Now, whether or not that actually went through, or if it's just him being a tough-ass bastard, you don't know. That's going to require
thought
some
it
sort
was-
of sense motive.
I was thinking it was either crit negation or he just failed. Like, there was like the massive like shock damage, and he just succeeded that for
That
throw
could
or
also
something
be
like
it. I might be lying to you.
That is
that.
true.
I might be
Yes.
lying
It
to you,
could
Ray.
be.
He's like, write that down, write that
It
down.
could be he succeeded on a massive damage fail. Maybe he negated your crit. Maybe he attempted a counter, or maybe it's his rage that's keeping him alive.
That is true.
You don't know.
I need to drink this potion right now.
Meanwhile, Holo Holo just currently sitting on the river, waiting ever patiently.
Oh, I've got a whole cavalcade of shit that's going to happen when your turn comes around next time.
And meanwhile, Flick and his contingent looking over at the mammoth, wondering what the fuck they're supposed to do.
Hit until it
My
dies.
first thought is to one, either kill the Beastmaster or two, somehow scare them away.
I'm going for the Beastmaster. I'll say right now.
That is fair.
Oh, thank you very much for coming. I hope you guys are on the edge of your seats, because this is the perfect time to ruin the tension by taking a 2-week break. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Genesis. Grim has sent us off with a self-care request.
Thank you.
Tomorrow we will have some Genesis. We'll get to see whether or not the gas station curse carries over to that session as well, and then
Pray it doesn't.
And then we will carry on throughout the week. What do you call it? Sam and Fway more than likely will not be able to make it for next weekend. So depending on how it goes, I may or may not be running a vampire session for the Dungeon Lounge, see if that works out. One of them is currently hosting family, so it may also not just shake out. Regardless, worst case scenario, we make Saturday and Sunday just a day to goof off as the night shift in general, and just have fun and mess around.
Yee.
Board game online.
Question.
Board game
Quick
online sounds
question.
fun. What's
We
up?
have not done board game online forever.
Yeah.
Where you go?
What's up, Sam?
It might sound weird, but can you crit on spells?
Attack spells, yes.
Yes, the one with attack rolls. Yes.
So long as it has an attack roll, so things like Scorching Ray can crit.
Yeah. They will always only have a ×2 crit modifier, but yes.
It also means things like Disintegrate can crit.
When you want to completely atomize your opponent.
There are actually there is a prestige class from 3.5 that specializes on sniping and killing people with beams from a distance.
Yep.
Next
Holy
question.
shit.
Next question.
What's up?
Arc. Does your butterfly sting? Does that affect spells? It shouldn't. Wait, what?
Yeah.
No, actually, no, it does not, actually. Butterfly Sting specifically specifies that the next melee attack is a automatic
Yes. Remember the next ally who hits the character with a creature with a melee attack. Yeah, before the start of your next turn. Yep.
Okay. Because I was like, huh.
crit. Having said that, melee touch attack spell works.
So things like inflict wounds or shocking grasp.
Or taking grass.
Yes, you can potentially do that. That said, thank you very much for coming. That's it for today. I will see you guys next time as we see the war go into full swing. Hopefully, we'll have the battle done next session. We can shut this arc off with a bang, and then we can have some downtime and maybe, if necessary, a couple funerals. Thank you very much.
Yay.
I will see
The
you next
snow is
time.
gonna melt.
Depending on
We're
what
gonna
happens,
have
yes.
a beach episode.
Also, yeah, Cam is right. The Magus has some great stuff for critting with spells.
Yes, they do. I love the Magus.
Anyway.
crit pushing.
Let it be known that if Flick is among the casualties, I have a backup character idea just in case. But
Oh, yeah.
This session,
Much.
literally when I was like about to die, essentially, I was like, do I already have to break out a new character?
I do not have
You
a
were
backup.
you were juggling character idea around before and thinking about swapping out. But yes, I won't say don't have potential other characters made up and in line. Do confer with me about that if
Yeah.
you make backup characters.
Yeah.
I won't say like, oh, don't bother. I'll let I'm not going to like do the fucking meme where I throw myself in front of the arrows and stop any players from dying. There are stakes here, especially in this fight. This is probably the highest stakes fight you guys have gotten into. It's a good thing you're all here, cogent, fully stocked up, because I will say right now, bullshit aside, that crit, if it did go through, just spared you guys a lot of grief. Whether it did go through, who knows? Jazz hands. Anyway, I'll see you guys next time. Thank you very much for coming. Arrivederci.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Take care of yourselves, everybody. It's a rough world out there.
Yee. Oh, should we raid out?
Have a great night.
Should we raid out?
Bye.
I mean, we got a decent crowd of people.
We could raid out to Fish. It's her birthday. And
That
she's
is very
currently-
true. Is she currently streaming?
Hell yeah.
She's doing her birthday stream. She's actually playing the game that we made for her
Oh.
Yeah. I remember being approached for that. Unfortunately, I was too busy and I was too late to get to that. But I was able to talk to advertisements. Everybody, say hi to Fish. Give her a little bit of love. It's her birthday today. She's a good friend of us, and she's a just all around sweet person. She's playing the pixel art game that a friend of hers and some friend of a friend made for her, featuring some of the characters and some of the people that she that know her, and you'd get what I mean.
Yeah.
She's a sweetie. Give her a little bit of love, and I'll see you guys around. As is it exclamation point R raid or is it slash raid?
I have no idea.
Purple-ish bones. Click. Bones. I'll copy that just in case. It's slash raid. Of course it is. Channel has follower or subscriber only chat. Okay. So yeah, everybody give her a little bit of love. She's a great person. And I will hopefully see you guys, well, not soon, but next time. Goodbye.
Tomorrow.
You'll see us tomorrow.
Well, I'm talking about the audience.
Eventually.
But yes,
Eventually.
I will see you guys tomorrow. Not bright and early,
Eventually.
but definitely for more conspiracies and shenanigans in the world of Iris.
Yes.
Well, no, since impending doom and death.
Yay! I, for one, I'm great when it comes to emotions and conspiracies. I'm not paranoid. You're paranoid.
Oh god, no, he's paranoid.
Good night, everybody. Rating now.
Good night.
Bye.